I think I am. All right, there we are. We're live. Hey, folks, welcome to this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It's Tuesday, December 5th. Thank you. Tuesday, December 5th, 4 minutes after 4. And we have 100% participation today. 2 members of the board are on Zoom. So I'm going to say a few things. One, for all of you in the audience, if you could mute your phones and let us know if you want to record any portion of tonight's meeting in advance. And of course, for those of you on Zoom, we would ask that you mute when you're not speaking so that there's no distractions, and always be careful about what you happen to be screen sharing. That would be great. And along that lines, if you could please address any comments or questions through the chair, just so that we can keep order and have a reasonable transcript to be able to create our minutes from. Thank you. So the first item would be are there any changes that I should be made aware of on the agenda? None. Okay. So then what I'd be looking for from the regular board is a motion to approve today's agenda.
So moved.
Stephen beat you to it, Diane, but Diane on Stephen's motion.
Aye.
I think that was an aye. Val?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
Ray? Aye. Okay, approved agenda. Now, if it's not apparent already, because we have people on Zoom, I'm going to be doing a roll call vote. All right, first up, signs, 3 signs. Tell us a little
Chairman,
bit about that.
there was a meeting this morning for the sign council, but unfortunately due to lack of quorum, they were not able to meet. But there is one particular applications that one of the board members did review, and they would vet it for approvable with their conditions, if that's okay with you, or
Sure. Which one would that be?
for number 2, Richard Valero, 62 Old South Road.
Okay, so for those of you voting, and it will be the regular board, although the sign council didn't meet officially, they looked at the applications and believed that number 2, make sure I get the wording of this correctly, please, Esme, can be approved with sign committee comments.
So Chris Young, the chairman of the sign council, said this could be approved with the consideration of the fact that these are 2 separate businesses. So if you look behind, Mac Davis Restoration is looking to replace the previously approved sign for the consignment shop. It's the same size. It's very similar to their other sign on the front of the building, which the first sign is much smaller than this sign.
The other sign is on the front of the building facing Old South?
Correct. And that one is already approved. That's existing.
Okay. Well, so folks, if that's from Chris Young, who, as we all know, is the chair of that board. If you're all comfortable with his assessment of this, I think that we can move to approve it with those conditions or that stipulation.
Motion to approve, subject to the sign council, Chris Young's recommendation.
Sounds good. Now, I want to be clear, that is on 62 Old South Road. The other 2 are going to be held.
Correct.
All right. So on Stephen's motion on number 2 on the signs, Abby.
Aye.
Thank you. Val.
Aye.
Thanks. Diane.
Aye.
Very good. Stephen.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay. That concludes the exciting sign portion of this evening's program. Now we have one consent item. That would be on 7 West Way. No one needs to recuse from that. Unless there's any concerns, I would like to have somebody move that.
So moved.
There's Stephen at it. he's right on it. So Stephen's motion is to approve with one consent on that. Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, now we are on to old business, 15 Maury Lane. Oh, Linda's taking this one.
Yeah, is this on? Can you hear me?
Thank
Usually I
you.
don't need a microphone. Ethan's away at a Coast Guard thing on the Cape.
Okay,
Asked me to step in. This has the date on here that it says it wasn't heard since is wrong.
okay.
I believe it was March of this
Oh,
year.
Well,
But it certainly
actually
can't be for
has to
next
be
week.
wrong because there's no,
Yeah.
as of right now, there is no such thing as December 20th, 2023.
Yeah.
So,
So
knows?
it's been a lot. It's
we
been
might not
months.
make it that far.
It's
But
been
anyway,
months.
so there's that.
And we have only 4 people left on it.
You have 4 people left on it. Correct. Yes.
Okay, it's a garage. Last week, you guys on consent, because I believe you reviewed it, approved a gambrel type structure with a bunch of hip roofs around it in the back. Maury Lane is to the right. Yeah, if you want to turn around and take a look at the picture, Ray, you may remember it.
Oh, yeah, I know. I know this.
Yeah, and then you'd already approved picking up the old house, spinning it around and doing some modifications to it to fix it because it's the floor is actually caving in. And this is a garage that's actually located between the two, the new structure in the back and the older structure in the front. And the garage is going to the left. The driveway is staying where it is on that picture up there, going out up the side, the north side of the property, going in between the two structures and hitting the garage. So if you go to the site plan, you'll be able to, there it is up there. You can see where the garage is located. It's about 110 feet off Maury Lane. The garage doors do not face the street. They face the driveway. So all you see is the side. It has a lot of the same elements that you approved on the old house, which is the one in front, as well as the new house in back. There's hips around it. And the second floor is a studio. It's only 22 feet high, but as I said, it's 110 feet off the Maury Lane, behind the other one, behind the old growth hedge, and in between the two structures with the garage doors facing north and not east. So we're asking for an approval. The details as far as the windows match the main house as the 2/2s. There it is up there on the screen. It's got carriage house doors, which you can't see anyway because they're behind the other house. And that's pretty much it.
Hey,
Hey.
Linda,
Yep.
unless I'm mistaken, you didn't address what the actual revision is, and the revision is to drop the building down so that the eave is all lower. The
Except that,
previous
yes, I
submission
got
was
that.
23 feet.
Yep.
And the current submission is
23.
22 feet.
Yeah.
So the ridge dropped a foot, and if memory serves me, several of us were concerned about the height of the eave above the first floor windows and doors.
If you could see it.
Well,
And we hadn't, you hadn't approved the other one yet, which has a similar detail on it, especially the wings.
yeah,
So I'm just, we brought it back, dropped the foot, but brought it back because of the lack of visibility, really.
okay.
And the fact that the other two have the same detail now.
But I'm only pointing out that you have made a concession.
Yeah. So
Um,
that's
or
it. But
Ethan
the,
has.
the impact of the structure at 120, 110 feet is minimal.
Okay, thanks. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, the main dwelling or the existing historic structure on the lot is a circa 1906. This is located right on the outside of the Sconset Old Historic District. I had notes that this was last reviewed in December of last year, and the HDC was concerned with its height and its proximity to the historic main house of 19 feet. Obviously, the main dwelling, which has now been reviewed, was not reviewed at the time. The garage is now 22 feet 6 inches to the ridge. Commissioners were concerned with the second floor plate height. I was saying, and of course, I was reviewing this at the time before the previous application went before the commission or reviewed, for a more reduction is needed, that it should not be taller than the existing historic structure. being that this structure is going to be in between the existing historic structure at 19 feet and the previously approved main dwelling in the rear. I would say it should not be any taller than either one of those structures, and in between would be more appropriate. So those are my comments.
And
Mr.
it
Chair.
is lower than the one
Oh.
that was approved last week on consent. I believe if you go down one more page, you can actually see that one of the structures. That's the original structure. Last week, if you wanted to pull that one up, the other structure is definitely taller than 22 feet. It's a gambrel, a full second floor gambrel with the same hip.
Okay. Thank you both. Is Rob or some other representative from Scott? Rob
Yes,
is-
yes, Rob is here.
Hi, Rob.
Hi, Mr. Chairman, I'm with the Wisconsin Advisory Group, and we are consisted of Angus McLeod, Mary Lathrop Will, Clement Durkis, and Caroline Ellis.
And as
Yep.
usual, I put
Got
the
it.
objection on the
Okay,
record.
Thank you, Linda. Continue, Rob.
Okay, thank you. And we had just noted as well that your board had asked for some lower eaves, and we would just like to reinforce that. And although we do recognize now that the main house is much bigger than it'll be in the back. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Rob, thanks so much.
You bet.
All right. Are there any comments from anyone other than the 4 sitting board members? Zoom or live?
Can I just clarify the height? Is it
22 feet.
22 feet? So what's on this application has to be changed?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and you are sitting on it, Abby, by the
Yep.
way, so, as I'm sure you knew. So board, myself, Diane, Abby, Carrie, who would like to begin? Do you want to continue?
Sure, yeah, I'll
Okay,
continue.
thanks.
I
Yeah.
think that's appropriate. That I have nothing about the design. I think it's appropriate. It sort of goes with the house, and I just, if that could just, the house is 21.8 or something, if that could just come down just minimally, I think would be fine. Thank you.
Are you requesting that the 22 become 21.8? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, I guess because, well, we don't want it to be,
Well, Abby, it's like 6 feet shorter than the one in the back.
All right, hang on. So
just, yeah, no, yes, that
Oh,
is
okay.
my synopsis there.
got it. All right, Abby, thank you. Who's next? Diane, Carrie, both on
Yep,
Zoom?
I'll go.
Thanks, Diane.
I agree with what Holly said. And Abby bringing it down, I think it should come down. It doesn't make what height it is from the one in the back. It's the one in the front that it would be easiest to put the two behind each other. So that's what I would recommend.
Okay, Diane, thank you very much. Carrie, that leaves you.
Yeah, I've got nothing to add. I agree with the others.
Okay. All I'll say about this is because of the laws of perspective and the fact that it's so much behind the other building, a discrepancy of 8 inches is like never, ever, ever going to get picked up on. Not 8 inches, actually, 4 inches. I'm sorry. So I'm actually good with the application the way it stands, but I'm willing to entertain a motion from any of you.
There is space on the second floor for a studio and an office, so it's gonna be tough to get a car in there if I drop it too far. He's got a big car.
Well, let's hear what would somebody like to try a motion?
Yeah, well, 4 inches, I don't know. Okay, it seems ridiculous to
I know.
make
I,
up.
Maybe we should just go.
I am going to add this. The difference between approving as submitted and approving with 4 inches is going to accrue to these guys. Because it will be an approval through staff conditional. And as we all know, that's starting to become a little bit of an issue.
You want me to try one?
Sure, Diane, go ahead.
Let us, make a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay. I'm gonna give that one a try. Diane, thank you. On that motion, Abby.
I'm an I.
Okay, great. Carrie,
Aye.
very good. Diane, I don't even need to ask, but I will.
Aye.
Thank you, and I'm in favor. There you go. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, Gold Star. The race actually get the gold star for having to suffer through all of last week's meeting without ever having been heard.
Well, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
it was nice to be here and see everybody. So
We went into OT, but we never quite got to you.
I do
So
appreciate your.
now, John, let's see, we got myself, Stephen, Abby, Diane, Val. Okay? Go ahead, John.
So this application was previously approved on the north side. The south side, we brought back in for alterations and changes, mostly because we couldn't get the roof lines to merge on the existing structure. As most of you know, I mean, that's probably 1950s vintage home. Probably could have been raised, but we Elizabeth and I really liked some of the charm of the existing cottage, which is on the more the north side. The south side, when we brought it back in, I believe your initial comments were that the fenestration on the south lower side was kind of all over the place. We cleaned that up, and you also made comments regarding that the roof line, the ridge line at that point, previous to the application you're seeing now, was seemed to be too long in length. As it stands out, the existing house without any additions, the roof line of that ridge line length was 48 feet. And the new proposed ridge line before we dropped it was 46 feet. So we cleaned up the fenestration on the lower end, dropped the ridge on the back section to break up the mass. And because we lost some captured space, we wanted to catch above that. We put another dormer on the north side, northwest side on the front.
Good. All right,
Thank you.
John, thank you.
Yeah.
Holly, do you have anything to say on this? I'm sure you do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1950 contributing structure. I believe was built by Fletcher Ross, who built a lot of the houses on Gold Star Drive in the 50s. Know the neighborhood well. The dormers originally overwhelmed this simple 1950s dwelling. The north, I think, is highly inappropriate with that peekaboo effect of the dormers. Could you go to the north, as? Unless that's been fixed. Yeah, right there. Yeah. So up here, this is just, it's atypical. The size of addition also versus the existing small dwelling is incongruent with the design guidelines and the Secretary of Interior standards. This is a little over than double the amount. So I just want to bring that to your attention. New additions should be smaller and subordinate in size than the historic dwelling. And this is a contributing structure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Can I get a clarification? When you said more than double the amount, like in terms of what?
So based on what I was seeing on the plans,
Yeah.
the existing structure is 996 square feet. The proposed addition is 1,189 square
okay, I
feet.
get it.
So it's more than you're doubling the structure.
Okay, understood. Thank you for the clarification. Do you have anything to say on this, Mick? No. Okay. All right. Anybody else other than the board members who are sitting care to speak on this one before I send it to the board? Okay. Board members, to you.
I'll go.
Thanks, Val.
I appreciate using a structure that's there. Typically, somebody would come in and want to rip this down or move it off. And while it's larger, perhaps what they're adding, it is 20 feet at its highest point. And I personally think a separate structure would be more invasive on the lot. The changes are, I think, making it better. I actually thought it was fine before. I think I just ask on the east, because that faces the other road, can you put a little window in that gable? The
East.
gable, the lower gable.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's all I have.
Okay, Val. Oh, a gable end window.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It
Okay,
is, yeah.
yes. Yeah, that faces back to Milestone Drive or whatever it's called, right?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
correct, right?
Yeah, okay. Val, thank you. Who's next?
Can I just ask a general question?
Sure.
Gold Star, which elevation is that north? Is that the front door?
That is west, Abby. Yeah.
West.
West is the front.
Okay.
That faces Gold Star.
So that's our most, what we're going to see the most of, is that?
Yeah, I
correct?
would say so.
Okay, thanks.
I'll go.
Sure, Diane, go ahead.
I don't know from whether it's really true or it's just the drawings, but both shed dormers are right up to the roof. And you have space below to drop them. I thought we tried to keep off the roof. By something. I would like to bring them down a little bit because they seem high as you sit there and look at the windows below. The proposal that we approved back sometime had both gables being almost the same height without it all going to one side. I don't know whether it should, the whole thing is only what Val said was only 20 feet. So I don't have a real objection to that. I didn't mind the one that we approved earlier with the double gable, but I think those gables on both sides need to come down and perhaps even reduce it to 2 windows and bring it in a little bit so they are more the size of the windows below. Other than that, I don't have any problem with it.
Diane, thank you.
Maybe from D's to C.
Who's next?
It might be me.
All right. That'll
So-
be fine.
My concern, actually, I was of the mind that a separate structure would be more appropriate because the west elevation is the front of the structure. And the, it is only 20 feet, but it's 20 feet on the front of a ranch, 20 feet high on the front of a ranch structure. So my thought was that by creating, either shifting that back on its axes, or, which I think would be appropriate, and then it wouldn't need to be a separate dwelling, or by creating a separate dwelling, or the perception of a separate dwelling. Just want to point out that you may have other plans for the structure or for the lot or the property, and making a second dwelling out of an addition could affect those in the future. If the structures are connected, even underground, there's still one dwelling. So I still think that the west elevation for me, because it is the front of the house, is of concern. Typically that gable on a ranch would be shorter, 1.5 story, 1.25 story, no forward window, no dormers. So those are my comments. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Stephen, thank you. Let's see, Abby, you had general questions, but I don't think you've really rendered any opinions yet.
Yeah, I think I could go along with Diane's idea of bringing the dormers down just off the ridge line a little bit more. It looks like you've got 6 inches, maybe another 6. That would
That's
sort of
correct.
make it,
Yeah, we could do that.
I think that would take the curse off that going right up to the ridge line. I just really appreciating the fact that you're renovating this it is a contributing. 1950 is contributing now. I was born in 1950, so remember that. So I think I'm the peeking up over the other, I think I'm okay with that.
Mhm.
So
Thank you.
I think it's just taking the dormers off that ridge line a little bit. Thank you.
Do you understand that concept, John?
Indeed, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it sounds like you're all right with that?
Yeah, we'd have to, right now, as I said, they're down about 6 inches, so
Correct.
if we brought another 6, it'd probably be 2, maybe we could get 3 shingle courses. I just like to note that, we, again, trying to keep the mass as small as possible and still making a second floor space, work for a bedroom space. It's pretty tight. It'll be very cottagey in there, but I think there's enough room we could work it. Would you be, willing, I believe it's 2 feet, the face of the dormer is 2 feet off of the bottom side. Maybe we shift it forward 18 inches, or we come forward 4 inches. One way or another, Ray, I can.
I'm
I can
gonna
mis-
hazard something here.
Yeah.
We have. This is worthy of a longer sort of in-house discussion among the board members, but the difference between a 4 and 12 roof pitch and a 3.5 and 12 roof pitch is absolutely indiscernible.
Agree. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so what that means is you could really leave the plate where it is and simply drop the pitch a half of,
Half an inch.
point.
Right.
Yeah. And then you're going to get another 2 courses out of it.
Done. Mhm.
So Abby, had you said all you want to say? John, I, being, a member of the hood now, my office being over there, I really, I'm there because I really love the scale of these buildings. Most of them are the ranch houses that were built for the Korean War vets, as we know.
Mhm.
A few of them aren't, including, my office. And the ones that aren't are, taller than this, but they're not like 2 stories. None of them are, which is great. So like Abby and like several of the members, I appreciate the fact that the addition on respects the old piece that's more or less intact. And you're adding on an addition that is, getting you some extra program that you want, but without overwhelming the existing structure. So I'm okay with the changes that have been proposed. Would we like to make a motion on this of some kind?
I'll try.
Okay.
Motion to approve through Exhibit A.
Thank you for Exhibit A.
Changing the door, dropping the dormers down slightly. And I think that was it, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't think it was.
And what? Oh, and I
I
wanted a window, a small window on the east in the gable, the
East
blank gable.
Right. Yep.
That's
Okay,
my motion.
all right. Thank you, Val. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Stephen,
No.
okay, Diane,
Aye.
okay, and Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. All right, there you go, guys. Thanks I'm sorry you had to wait all night, the other night, but here we are.
All good. What we need to do. Thank you, Mr.
Thanks.
Chair. Yeah.
Okay, now we're on to new business, folks. First item of which is Jeff Lee out at 63 Baxter Road. Do we have somebody to rep? You can all shout at once now.
Mr. Chair, there's
No,
15 people in the queue, so I don't know if anybody's here for it.
what's that?
There's 15 people in the queue, so I don't know if anybody's here for it unless they raise their.
Okay, so for those of you out on Zoom, there's a number of you on the queue, in the queue that they're not identified, right?
Oh, I got a hand raised. Okay.
Oh, hand raised, okay.
That would be him.
Are we, whoever has their hand raised, are you on?
It's Jeff
Oh,
right
it
here.
is Jeff.
Yep, see it way at the top. There he goes.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yes, Jeff. Hi.
Hi.
Okay, great. So, here we are, we're reviewing your pool, 63 Baxter. Do you want to tell us anything about it?
Size is 20 by 40 with a bluestone surround. I would envision the owners will put some kind of vegetative, buffer to screen off the bluff path. That's about it.
Okay, Jeff, thank you. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, the dwelling on the lot is this circa 1890 Mitchell House, a contributing structure within the Sconset neighborhood of Baxter. This is located on the bluff side of Baxter Road and highly inappropriate. The size is very concerning, and as proposed will be seen from both the bluff and Baxter Road. There is no screening provided on your application, and it's not appropriate. I also did want to mention, I noticed in the application there was a conditions meeting for Concom. Looks like they approved it. I just want to reference this for anybody that one regulatory board does not supersede another regulatory board. I'm not sure if there's anybody besides Rob that has additional comments. There may be.
I'll ask. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Holly. Rob.
I'm here.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In addition to the Baxter Road and the footpath, there's a public way linking Baxter to. So anyway, it's got public ways on three sides. That's all I'm trying to say. And this would be a real record breaker, the first swimming pool on that side of Baxter Road. And I think it sets a dangerous precedent. And I don't think that's something that the public wants to really see. And what Holly said about the application being a little incomplete about screening and everything, there is that too. So we don't agree that this should be part of our next move in this neighborhood. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Rob. Okay. Is there anybody else that wants to speak on this application, either in the room or on Zoom? And if you're on Zoom, raise your hand and unmute so we know you're there. Is that a no? Nobody in the room. Okay. I should have mentioned this at the outset, but it will be the regular board. I think we can all sit on this one, right? We're all good? Okay. So with that, I'd like to hear comments from the board.
Can I go? I just Googled the history of the walk path and I just wanted to read it. It's
Yeah,
very,
sure.
very
Yeah,
short.
Absolutely.
The public way was created by developer William Flagg in 1892. He realized the importance, even at the time, of protecting the sweeping coastal views for the public to enjoy. The easement of the path was deeded forever into the lots along Baxter Road after Flagg sold the land. So that's the history of the Sconset Walk that many of us take all the time. I think this is going to be highly visible. As Rob Benchley said, that really there's no screening and it's very visible from all sides. And it would start a terrible precedence. And it's something that everybody enjoys, and this would have to be screened, and it would the screening would take away from all of that openness that the public enjoys. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Who's next?
Mr. Chair,
Oh,
I do have a hand raised.
oh, hand raised. Your name for the record, unmute and let us know.
It's Sarah Ellis.
Sorry?
Hello, Mr. Chair. My name is Sarah Ellis, and I just had a question in regards to I'm new to the Sconset debate. I grew up there, but in terms of the allowance, is this residential old historic within the Sconset district or is it not?
It's ROH, right? Actually, no. No, it's not.
Okay, because that's just the village
You're
proper.
you're actually, I think where you're going with that is the zoning proscription.
Yeah, I just didn't know if it was appropriate to be decided by the HDC or if it had to go before zoning as well. And I wasn't,
No, it's outside of that zone, which is really like right in the core downtown area of Sconset.
okay, thank you.
Okay.
Well, I
All right.
also agree that it's inappropriate, but thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who's next? Board member.
Well, I'll go.
Thanks, Diane.
I was trying to find one of Mickey's. Is Mickey not here today?
Mickey's
somebody-
here, but
Maybe it was
Rob spoke on it.
Yeah, and I thought somebody had mentioned that it was not allowed in the area there on Baxter, that it was close enough to the old historic district of Wisconsin that it did not allow pools. So I don't.
Well, no, it's not. It's not in the OHD, but as Holly said, apropos of the Concom issue, we're separate autonomous boards,
Right.
so
oh,
we can render our own opinions regardless of what zoning has to say.
Right. No, I thought it was good if it was not allowed in the area, would just make it simple. But
Yeah.
anyway, I think it is totally inappropriate. It inflicts itself on every feeling that people have about seeing something or other. It's not possible to block it off with vegetation because of the land and the falling off of the bank and the whole thing. So I would say that it is inappropriate on this 63 Baxter Road.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Let's see, we've got Stephen and Val, right? Well,
I'll go.
all right.
The plot plan where the pool is proposed shows a small structure to the side of it, which I don't see in the photos that have been supplied. The overhead photos.
It says relocated.
Right.
Story, yeah.
The reason I'm mentioning that is there is a possibility that could be used somehow as a mitigation move, but I think it needs to be downsized and pushed behind the little building, which is right on the street that has the 4 French doors. And then a different type of screening needs to be implemented. I don't know what that is, but the way it is now, you could clearly see it from a shot in the driveway. And as Abby said, on the bluff walk.
Okay, thank you, Val. Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so, I mean, I think it's just been said, the challenge here is, putting in a pool with appropriate screening without overwhelming the historic character and setting of the bluff walk. So, I don't, excuse me, have a solution to propose at the moment. But I think, that's what we're up against.
Thank you, Stephen, and I would wholeheartedly agree. There's some sort of gaps in the screening that would be difficult to surmount. One is the driveway opening, and this, let's just say that this is privet. I don't think it's actually identified as such, but let's pretend for a moment that it is. Even if that privet was just like rock solid, if it was a stone wall, you'd still be able to look through the opening of the drive on Baxter Road and look right in and see this. And also, and perhaps more importantly, you'd be able to look back the privet hedge on the east side, the coastal bank side, ends at either end of the porch of the existing house. And that ends for a good reason, which is they don't want to have a privet hedge like running right in front of their porch. But what that means is that anybody walking down that bluff walk is going to be able to look right across the porch and have a direct view to the pool. So, and further, if it is privet, if I'm walking down the easement, the road easement that's to the side connecting Baxter to the walk, if I'm 3 feet away from that privet, I'm going to be able to see right through it now. I'm going to absolutely be able to see right through it. So it's choice of material, and I think the screening needs to be seriously opaque. So yeah, not an easy thing to do. Those are my comments. Can I have a motion?
Motion to hold for revisions.
There you go. Okay, Val has made a motion for revisions. On that motion, Abby.
I'm an aye.
Very good. Stephen?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Thank you, Val.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. There you go. Thank you, Jeff. We'll see you next time.
Thank you all.
Okay, now we're going to move to 20 Old North Wharf. And Linda's repping.
Probably should have been on consent.
Mr. Chairman, stop these.
It's a like-kind
Okay.
replacement. The Wharf Rat Club is a double lot, which is why in the deck and stuff transects the lots, which is why it says 20 and 22. It's really one lot. But it's a double lot on Old North Wharf. And it's a like-kind replacement of the deck.
Okay. Well, so we'll get into it. Thank you. It seems very straightforward.
However, just to be clear, what is happening is it's being taken out, a new deck, same elevation, same width, same everything, but underneath it, it's going to have much heavier timbers because they've all rotted out from the flooding.
Okay.
But the top looks just the same as it always has.
All right. Very good. Stephen has stepped off of the next two applications. So, Joseph, would you mind sitting on these? You'll be the first in a rotation.
Sure.
Good. Okay. So Linda, you've said your piece.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, this is the Wharf Rat Club. I wish there was some historic information provided on it, but we know it's been there for quite a while. That was kind of my whole take on it. It was this is an appropriate like kind application. And if truly a like kind in nature, no concerns. But now Linda answered the question on, well, if it was like kind, then why didn't it go through the like kind process? Because I guess assuming the heavy timber that is being proposed which is, I guess, different than what was originally there. Other than that, I have no concerns with this and happy to see it.
It's underground, that heavy timber. It's down underneath the deck.
And
Okay.
that would be for both applications,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair. Thank
Or-
you.
And as I say, it's just one application.
Just to
but it's the same
expedite
thing.
things, I mean, basically, is it the same application, two addresses? Is that what we're,
Yeah, because it's a double lot. It's the only double lot over there. And, they have the big yard and then they
Yeah.
have the Wharf Rat Club.
Okay.
But the deck transects both lots.
got it. All right. So let's kind of like package this whole thing together. We're reviewing both of them. Holly, thank you. Mickey.
As usual, I object.
Yep.
Mickey Rowland for HSAG, and we have no concerns about the next two applications.
How can you object to that?
Because I don't want to hear from a group that doesn't exist,
Well, no.
that has no standing. So that's why.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Well,
come on.
I'm not gonna go down that road right now. All right. So there you have that.
Motion
That-
to approve as submitted.
I'm just gonna make sure. Does anybody have any comments, concerns from the audience, either on Zoom or live? Okay. And Diane, Diane,
It looks like Val.
It would be Val making the motion for
Val
both
is
of the
Val is
applications.
making the motion, and the motion is to approve as submitted on both of these applications, 20 and 22 Old North Wharf, correct?
Yes,
All
that
right.
would be correct.
That is Val Oliver's motion. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
thank you very much. Joseph,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
Aye.
great. And Diane, AKA Val Oliver on your motion.
Val, aye.
And I'm in favor too. Okay, so both of those pass.
Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. That was an easy one. All right, now Lisa has just arrived. That would be Lisa Botticelli. So I'm gonna recuse from this.
All right,
So,
nine B.
the rotation was Joe was just on the last one, just so you know.
Connie, why don't we go with you, and Carrie will be up next. Do any of you have a recusal on any of the Botticellian polls? Carrie, Joe, or Connie? Okay, so I just want to list this out. Hi, Lisa. Once you
Hi.
see your site plan, why don't you start walking us through?
Okay, there are no changes to the site plan. The changes to this application are fenestration changes. So if we can go to the west elevation. We revised the windows on the left-hand side to be full double hungs. That was the only change on that elevation. On the south elevation, instead of doing the French door in the picture unit, we just did a set of sliders. On the east elevation, again, we removed 2 double hungs and turned that into another picture unit to match the windows that were previously approved and exist in the house today. And then on the north elevation, it was just, again, simple fenestration changes on the gable end.
Okay, thank you. Oh, let me see. Holly, did you have anything on this?
Just a couple. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a new replica of the old thole pin structure that was there previously. I don't know if there's a date for it, but it did have an old HDC survey on file. I believe the nano doors on the south and the north will be seen from the public beach and not appropriate. I would recommend to keep the lights in the doors as shown. Or as proposed to be expanded, but not to have nanos with one light. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. I actually meant to ask, is there any questions for the applicant's agent?
Can I just clarify something?
Yeah.
I think you're referring to nano doors in terms of the fact that there are no divided lights, but they don't operate like a nano door. I just want to make sure that there are sliders.
Okay, thank you,
I
Lisa.
do have a question.
Al?
Val has a question. Lisa, the E window on the east
Hold on, window, yes.
looks different from, it looked before like it was 3 exactly the same across, and then I was just wondering about that.
Oh, I think because we didn't think that they all 3 need to be vented because there's so much exposure out here in the hardware that we wanted to make the center one a picture. So we just divided them into slightly different proportions just to make the elevation more interesting. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you want to go concerns?
That was really my main concern because that's what faces, I think, the water.
Yeah. It's
Well, I think the beach is pretty far below this, but
and I didn't go out there to see in real life what you could see, so that was my question. No, I don't have any concerns. I don't mind the adding of the bars, the muntins that someone suggested, but yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, Abby?
Just on the west elevation where you've added the 2 gang windows, I think those could work if they were separated. They'd balance the other side of the house, and I think that might be a little more appropriate, even though they are on the other side of the house.
Okay.
But just, I would separate those. I would prefer where you have the sliders that they be paneled with a kick plate, just to sort of a nod to its history. I do see that they already had sort of some modern picture windows and so forth, but they look a little bit more, what's there, it looks sort of a little more appropriate for this house than the plain old sliders, but that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Let's see, Diane.
Yeah, I agree about the windows on the east side, that they should not be just those plates without something to go with them, kick panels, some buttons, something or other. I am sort of concerned about the number of mulled windows on that east elevation. Also, all the windows, with the exception of two, are all mulled. I would like to see the windows on both ends separated. It's,
Diane, I'm sorry to
Yes.
interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt. Those are existing. You
okay,
could still like to see them separated. I just wanted to point out they're existing.
They're
Yeah.
previously approved.
right. And the two windows that Abby mentioned that have disappeared from my thing, I would like seeing separated also. The north elevation, they have put together those windows up almost in the gable, and then they have the two little windows. I don't know whether you need a window in the lower gable. What is there before previously approved? We had three windows. Now we have none. So I don't know what anybody thinks, whether one window would be good in there. That's what I've come up with.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Connie?
Yeah, I don't have any additional comments. And the north elevation, those windows don't really bother me. I think it looks good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm not as concerned about the doors and the window, more modern windows. They're part of what was the previous approval. I think they're relatively minor modifications to that. I think the other fenestration those elevations don't have the more modern. So I think if you could make some minor modifications to those consistent with comments from other members, I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna suggest to maybe put two kind of half 6-light awnings on the north elevation above the outdoor shower, just to give that a little bit more character. And we could certainly either go to one window on the west instead of the two. I'd like to keep the two facing the east, just because of the floor plan. There's closets on either side, so if I separate them, we'll lose closets. But the architecture in that room currently in the old house is very modern, and it seemed to be consistent to use the same type of doors so that the whole living room had the same flavor, which is picture units.
Mhm.
And has been, had been for years. And and one of them, the one that is facing north, I believe, hold on, let me get my right direction. The one that is facing north is under a porch, so it's pretty set back.
Right.
That's an
a negative
overhang.
space. But on two sides,
Say that again?
that wall is set back underneath.
Yes.
Yeah.
Those doors and the little window to the right are set under a porch.
Okay. What do we want to do, folks?
Could I just ask
Yeah,
one?
Abby?
So, thanks. What is the date of this house?
What was it? Well,
When
it
was
was,
it
it
built?
was old originally, but it had been modified quite a bit. And so they took what used to be just a pretty simple gable and they had built on the crow's nest. So the new design doesn't really resemble the existing house, but the existing house has a living room because we haven't changed the floor plan at all because of the resource areas, we really can't. The existing house is relatively the same shape and it has all those picture windows facing the road, or excuse me, facing the east.
Okay, thanks.
Anything else?
No, just,
Okay. What would we like to do?
I think we should approve it with an exhibit A.
I think that's a doable move. Do you want to outline your exhibit A for a motion and then you can write it up?
Yeah. I motion to approve,
For exhibit A showing.
for exhibit A, yeah, showing adding 2 windows on the north elevation. You said 6
Stick
light.
light, yeah,
And
gang together to go above the bed, probably.
gang together.
On the north.
Hmm.
Well, it would be similar to what's on the south. But only 2 of them.
Yeah, wanting.
Adding,
the motion.
Diane wanted to add some windows here. All right, so let me try. I'm gonna start over, erase that. Minutes lady.
Erased. Exhibit A showing.
Exhibit A, motion to approve with an exhibit A showing the addition of 2 6-light windows on the north gang together. And that's it. Well, they're not separated now, but all right. I'll add separating the windows on the first floor on the west. So 2 things, west windows separated. Addition of 2 windows on north.
On your motion, Val.
Aye.
Abby,
aye.
Diane,
Hi,
Connie.
I,
And I, that carries unanimously. Val will whip up an exhibit A. You're free to take a picture of it.
Oh, I have it noted.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, to turn in with your revisions. It'll be quicker in the office. Let's see. Number 9, Arbor Way. Add a window. Your board will be myself, Abby, Val, Diane, Karen.
So this is pretty simple. It's on the south elevation. We just added 2 half sash on the south elevation.
Okay. Any questions? Holly?
I have no concerns.
Are there any concerns? Is there a motion?
Stephen, we have no concerns either.
Oh, thanks, Mickey.
we make a motion to approve as submitted.
On your motion, Diane?
Hi,
Carrie?
Aye.
You really didn't get a chance on that one, huh? Al,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm Mike. Carries unanimously. We're gonna move on to 16 Easton. So we've got a color change and add shutters. Is Lisa, just while we're getting that pulled up, are the shutters on a different structure than the main house?
Oh, well, there's shutters on the main house, and so on this one, it's just a color change, and on the garage building, we're asking to add some shutters.
So the second one is the garage.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we'll handle them separately. Okay. Please proceed when you're ready.
Okay, it's very simple. It's just to change the shutters to black and the front door to black.
Okay. And I'll ask the question that's burning on everyone's mind. What are the window sash currently?
The sash are white
White. Okay.
and shingle, it's shingle.
Okay. Let's see. Any questions? Holly?
I don't have any concerns with this application.
No concerns. Mickey?
We have no concerns.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. What would we start with? Joe?
I have no concerns.
Abby?
I think the black is going to be a little harsh, and I think those windows, the shutters, especially over the front door, are quite large. Did we originally say that they were going to be sort of a gray blue?
That's what we said, but yeah, much to our client's disapproval. She
Right.
prefers blue. She prefers the black.
Yeah, yeah. I'm going to be a no at the moment. Thank you.
Okay, Val?
I'm okay.
You're okay.
Yep.
Diane?
Well, I don't like it very much, but I would go say aye.
Okay. And we haven't done a motion yet. I am concerned about the color, contrast on this particular one. So, those are my comments. How about a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
On your motion,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Abby,
No,
and I'm a no. That carries 3-2, for the record, Abby and myself opposed. We're gonna go to add shutters on the garage at 16 Easton.
And the color would match.
Color to match.
The shutters that are being added are on the east.
On the east, only on the east?
Yep.
Okay,
On the second side. Yeah, I guess it is. On that whole elevation, we didn't have shutters before.
okay. Let's see, questions? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, this is an infill, in the OHD section of Brant Point. It is a little odd for the shutters to be added on that one elevation, but I'm assuming it's because it's facing inward. And it's basic, they're, I don't know, it is a little odd, understanding that the relationship to the buildings with the property lines, it wouldn't make sense to have it on the other side, but again, it is a little odd. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Mickey?
We're going to agree with Holly on that one, that it just seems that if you're adding them to the one side, which is not the front of the house, it's not really even a house, it's a side, that you might as well put them on the other side to concur with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Are they suggesting the west?
I'm
We
not
said the other
certain. I would
side.
think the west faces the neighbor, right?
Yeah, the opposite side of that gable would be the west. I mean, that's fine. It's just the west has a upper window that wouldn't get a shutter, but there's a single window that we could certainly put shutters on the west.
Okay. So we have the applicant's agent saying they can do some more work if we want. What are our thoughts? Yeah, go ahead, Abby.
I just want, so the front of the building, what is the elevation that faces Easton?
It's the south. Oh, north. Excuse me.
North, yeah. So I was just, could I just continue?
Yeah, please.
I just wanted to know if you were gonna put shutters, why wouldn't you put them on that first floor that's facing Easton? Because that would be
Yeah.
the front door, right?
Well, we could do it on the first floor. They just didn't work on the second floor.
Right. No,
That's
but
fine.
I was just to the point that it's only on one side and it's not on the front of a house. Seems a little odd to me. So, but
So I think we'd be happy to add them there if that's.
thank you.
Val, thank you, Abby.
Hmm.
Val?
I'll go.
Diane, why don't you go?
Okay, looking at what they have for shutters, it seems sort of haphazard. Some have shutters, some do not. If it was a really old house, I could perhaps see it, but this, I think Holly said, was an infill. I think if you're going to put it on the east side, the west side don't have the same windows. But they should be there, and the same with the first floor, to have some consistency of why you have them, or else just skip them altogether.
Okay,
That's
well,
what
I can certainly look at that.
Thank you, Diane. Val, did you go?
I agree with Diane. I think if they're on the east, on the west, in that same piece, first floor and second floor would be good. And if there is a way to do any on the north, that would be good too. The south, nobody can see.
Okay. Joe?
I agree with what's been said. East and west I think should match in that front gambrel portion. I have less of a concern with shutters under the porch because they're protected by the porch.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I don't, east-west sounds good. The north elevation, I think is, it's just gonna overwhelm
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
You add the posts, the columns and so on and so forth. What would we like to do, folks?
I would motion to approve with shutters as shown on the west. And then with the addition of the 3 windows in the primary mass on the west elevation.
And that's as an exhibit A.
Yes, of course.
And of course, an exhibit A is always through staff. So let's just keep that in mind forever and ever. From time of statement until perpetuity. And thereafter. So that is, who made that motion? Joe, on your motion.
Aye.
Diane,
Well, I'm going to say no to begin with.
okay, fair enough. Abby,
I'm gonna be a no, but I just want to say that I think the design is really a good design and it sort of stands by itself. I think the shutters are confusing it, especially if they're black. So I'm a no.
okay, so
I just
you're a
wanted to
no.
explain
I'm a yes.
And I'm a yes.
I'm a yes. I just want to say after the vote to be consistent with the main house. Otherwise, I would have been a no. I would have voted no, other than the house had been approved.
Okay.
So for me, it's now
I
it's about
understand.
consistency. Okay, so
Thank
that's
you.
an exhibit A, Joe will work up. We've got a new shed, a fancy new shed at 15 Massaquit. When you're ready. Actually, I haven't looked at it. I don't know if it's fancy or not, but it's new.
It's little, it's plain.
It's plain?
It's
You think
cute.
it's plain? It's behind the house.
It's charming.
Behind the house, finally, yay. A shed in the right place.
Can we go to the site plan,
plan?
please?
Maybe.
And zoom out. Thank you. Okay, guys, so just for orientation, Massaquit Ave is at the bottom of the page. Shed is in the top left. Is there a reason this wasn't on consent?
I don't know.
No, I mean, I'm asking.
I don't think
don't
we
know.
got through
Okay.
doing any.
Are there any
consents this week.
concerns?
No.
No,
Is there a motion
Motion to approve is submitted.
on your motion?
Aye.
Abby,
aye.
this will be Connie. Connie,
Aye.
Diane,
Hi.
and I'm an aye. Okay, maybe the next one will be just as easy. 32 Jefferson, please, site plan. Esme,
Oh, okay.
32 Jefferson, please. Site plan.
Maybe switch it.
Ray's coming back, it'll slow down. You can't, they couldn't make eye contact on this one.
Mhm.
Put it on. Site plan. Can we do the site plan, please, first? I always want to go to the site plan so we can just all be oriented. And Lisa, the cottage is the front structure on
No,
Jefferson?
we're reviewing the back structure.
Back, okay, great. That's why I want to go to this.
And the major change is that the roof pitch went from an 11 and 12 to a 10 and 12 and reduced the height. Facing the road, there were no fenestration changes. On the south elevation, and the road is east, by the way. The south elevation, we added a window in the dormer. Sorry, I'm going through all these. No changes on the north. And then on the west, it was just the roof changes. So it's really, most of it is reducing the roof pitch from 11 to a 12.
Okay.
Sorry, 11 to 10, excuse me.
And the south has that dormer extension?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Any questions at this point? Holly? Did you?
I have no concerns, Mr. Chair. This is just remind the commission, this is a, rebuilt of a non-contributing structure, I think 1980, built as what recently was. I have no concerns on the reduced, height or the fenestration changes. I had, just wanted to bring up the color change that's being proposed. Because if you look at the scan that's online, obviously those color chips are not as bright as they are in person, so you may want to. Yeah, I mean, just
All right.
to have that discussion, but that would be my only concern, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So Holly, I want to be sure I understand. Is the concern that we see an accurate picture, or are you concerned with the light, the colors themselves, the shades?
That you see an accurate picture.
Okay,
And make a
thank you.
determination on that. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Mickey?
Yeah, we have no concerns about the roof pitch. The dormer's extension, granted, the visibility is probably pretty limited, but building with Nantucket in mind states that the shed dormers should be set back from the gable end 3 feet, which that doesn't do.
Yeah, so, okay, I will accept that for the commentary. Val?
I have a question. What is the colors changing from? Because there's no picture.
Yeah, I think so.
White. We're gonna accept that at face value. Any other questions, Al?
So the trim is now going to platinum gray, the doors to Province blue, and the sash to the charcoal.
Is there any other houses in the area with black windows?
I couldn't say
Okay.
at this point.
Main
Lisa?
houses with dark windows, right? Right? I mean, like Essex green windows.
The house right next door has natural trim, and I think that it has black sash, but I'm not sure.
Okay, Mickey?
Okay, so yeah, we didn't notice the color change before, but we would not be in favor of the black or very dark, pretty dark changed the sash.
Okay. Val, back to you. Did anything you have in mind change? Or would you like me to go to someone else?
Yeah, go to someone else.
Abby?
Sorry, just reconfirming, the doors are the blue. Uh,
Guys,
check.
we need,
the sash is the Kendall charcoal?
That's right. And the trim is a platinum gray.
I can't think of anything down there that's like that. Of course, the blue is perfect. You know, it's mostly white. I don't mind the platinum gray, but I think I'm trying to think. I don't know. I think it might look out of place, and it's such a great design. I wouldn't want to ruin it with the color being wrong. So.
okay, thank you. Diane?
I'll go with the blue and stuff. I don't think the black is suitable. We're painting everything black. We got so many things, and I don't think in this location that it's appropriate. I'd rather keep the lighter colors that have been
Okay.
mentioned.
Thank you. Carrie?
Yeah, I agree with the others. I think black
Okay.
would be too much.
Too much? All right. I'm the opposite. I'm okay with the color, but the dormer I think is overwhelming that main roof. So that's where I am. What would we like to do?
Could I go back in?
Yeah, Abby?
I agree with you about the dormer. I think it's got to be pulled in a little bit off the eave line there. Thank you.
Would you like an opportunity to revisit this, Lisa, with the colors?
We could make a motion to
Hold on,
hold.
hold on, hold on. Yeah. So there's room for you guys to maneuver there in
Okay,
terms of
and
how
then-
you want to proceed. So why don't we get a motion to hold
Okay. I
for
didn't know.
minor revisions?
That's
So-
my
oh,
motion.
So move.
Thank you.
Abby beat you to it, Diane. Abby?
Okay.
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Val? Carrie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
All right, Stephen, thank you. Let's see, that brings us to 43 West My Common. Is Matthew here? Matthew or somebody else?
Mr. Chair, I do not see Matt in the queue or in the room.
Can I interrupt for a moment, Mr. Chair?
Sure, of course.
Number 11 under old business of today. Nice, we're caught up. Is, I guess my first question is, what do we think of the likelihood? But I was going to ask, I was going to confirm with Matt that he was going to be here for that one. So, because we have an abutter here who traveled last time and it was a
Oh, Lord.
bit of an issue.
Oh.
I'd just like to be sensitive to that.
Well, yeah, I'm really glad that
So
you brought that up.
I don't know that I have an answer, but I just want to highlight, it's very late in the agenda, but I don't know if Matt.
The
will be
likelihood
coming.
of actually getting to that is like close to zero, I think, but I'll text Matt now and see whether he plans on being here.
Okay,
All right,
thank you.
sure. Thanks for bringing that up, Stephen. So now back to Matt. Sounds like he might not be here at least for now, so we will pass over 43 West Mile Comet for the time being. Okay, pending representation if there is any. So that now we're going to move to 3 Eagles Wing Way. Do we have anybody to rep that project? They're in a queue. Okay. So folks who are repping 40 or 3 Eagles Wing, unmute and your names clearly and for the record. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Board and Mr. Chair. My name is Fritz from Empower Energy Solutions. So this is a roof-mounted project. The system will have 31 panels to be installed in different sections of the roof. This will have a total of 6 areas. That's about it.
I'm
kind of tough to hear you. I'm trying to figure out why there seems to be a little bit of an echo.
Could you perhaps try and reorient your mic and see if that clears it up?
Yes. Can you hear me better?
No, there's a little bit, it's a little bit tinny. I'm sure it's not your voice, so we're just trying to figure out what it is. Try again.
Yes. So this is a solar roof-mounted solar project. This system will have 31 panels to be installed in different sections of the roof.
Okay.
Okay.
That's
I think we're gonna try and figure this one out.
Yeah. Could I speak on that?
Yeah.
I looked at this, and I was trying to figure out, so that I could say which panels I wouldn't be in favor of, but it's very hard to read this plan. So I'm not sure if we have all the information here to make a judgment on this, because I think a lot of us are going to say that we'd like to see these panels grouped together in a sort of a systematic pattern. And
Right.
it seems a little bit, you sort of, what's the word? It's, Yeah.
Haphazard.
Yeah.
Is,
Do we have a
So-
site plan?
that might be one of the problems.
So I think, if I may, Mr. Chair,
yeah, go ahead, Steve.
this, can we go back to that one? Oh, I feel like I'm back in college and I just,
They're all turned around too. You gotta keep flipping them.
so, I'm sorry, what's your first name, the applicant's agent?
Fritz.
I'm sorry, one more time, please.
Fritz.
Here.
You're
You're getting reverb.
reverb.
Can we tell? Oh, boy.
Asim Hafez.
So does the applicant's agent have YouTube on? If you could, it sounds like that's better. So I think if we're looking at this, what I'm understanding is that the crosshatch in yellow are areas of roof planes that you're not putting panels on. And it's confusing because the coloration of the roof, it's muted out the contrast. Can we go down to one more slide? Yeah, the next picture down. So this is a little bit better, but I think what we need is those two images without the roof colored so that they are maybe a gray. And if anything, just like maybe a mottled orange or black for the panels. Black is what we're typically accustomed to seeing. And I would suggest, because I think that there's going to be some discussion on this, that we would request this information for as soon as you can provide it. And if you can provide it by Friday, we'd have you on next Tuesdays at the beginning of the agenda. If that's okay with you, Mr. Chair.
Understood.
I think that's really good advice. It's really difficult for us to understand. It looks like some of these panels are sort of scattered along roof planes, not in any particular sort of grid form. They're all over the place. And what's visible from a public way, of course, is very, very important to us. I see one photograph of the house. It would be super helpful if you were able to take the photograph of the house as seen from any public way and at least circle the roof planes that you're planning on putting them on so that we can at least speak intelligently on that.
Can I say something?
Yeah, that's you, Diane, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
I happen to have been the mailman here for all 25 years. And this piece of property drops down slightly from the road. And then it drops down further to Surfside Road, which is beyond where you can see on the left. And there's a direct view from Surfside Road up to Eagles Wing, catching that house. And from what you can see, what they put on those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or whatever panels up at the top, they're facing the road, and the other ones are down. And the second thing are facing the road too. So when you're driving along there, instead of a lot of times the houses are higher, so you can't see the panels, it would be good if they gave us a topo that said what your heights were of the land, I think.
Okay. Well, needless to say, all of the discussion is in one way or another requesting more comprehensive information on where the panels are going and what their visibility will be from publicly traveled ways. So
Other comment
Yes,
as
please.
well.
Yeah.
I suggest that the applicant look at our solar guidelines.
yeah,
We ask that the panels are more consistent rather than in different directions. Try not to be on the primary front mass and, yeah, the pictures will certainly help. So we just need a little bit more information.
Can I, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion, to hold for a view for Tuesday. If the applicant turns the information around to us by Friday. That we would like something to better discern where the panels are on the roof by being able to understand the roof planes. We'd like some more images of the location. And please refer to sustainable. I want to say it's on the Town of Nantucket HDC web page. Guidelines, sustainable preservation guidelines. Thanks, Sally. That's my motion.
okay. And we're about to discover this, but this is the regular board. So on Stephen's motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. So we'll see you next Tuesday with
I'm
some more information.
I'm gonna set up the next three. I think.
Thank you.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Check.
Thank you. All right, so Stephen's sitting off the next one. Joe, Clay, are you guys there, or one of you at least? On Zoom? Do we still have a number of did you say yep? Joe?
Can you hear us now?
Yes, now we can hear you. Okay, so Stephen is sitting off. Can somebody bring me up to speed on where we are in the rotation? I kind of lost count when it was.
Carrie was where, I believe Carrie is where we left off, and Connie would be next.
Okay, Connie, you ready? All right, so Stephen off, Connie on. The rest is the regular board. So Joe, you want to walk through, or Clay if you're there, whoever?
Sure. It's Joe. So this is 12 Willard. We are looking to replace the existing roof walk and also to change the front door. It's currently it's currently a front door with a single side light, but the drawing doesn't actually show it accurately. The side light has no divider lights, so it's one pane of glass. So we were choosing to actually center the door under the window above and just make it a typical door. And in this case, we actually open it up to a 9 light. And then on the proposed north elevation, what we'd like to do is turn one of the rooms in the back of the house, one of the existing bedrooms, into a mudroom, because it currently does not have a mudroom or a proper laundry room. And with that, add a side entry door. And then if we move to the next page, the back, essentially what we want to do is add an upper deck with a set of sliders. It currently just has 2 windows, and that's the dining room up there. And then create a deck underneath that deck that would extend out to a new enclosed outdoor shower. And this is all, of course, in the back of the house. And then we are looking to, on the proposed west elevation, just change a couple of windows. That's the kitchen. There's currently 3 large windows. And what we are proposing to do is remove one entirely, and then make two of the larger ones into a smaller set that actually, if you look up at the proposed south elevation to the right of those upper new sliders, there's already existing small windows. So we would just match those windows on the other side of the kitchen. And then on the next page, it just simply shows all of that in plan. There is currently patio outside of in the back of the house. And then, like I've said, we would just propose to extend the deck so we take up some of that existing patio. And that basically is it. You just see in the second floor plan, it's just a simple deck, no stair. It has the slider and then a 12-foot wide deck that extends out 8 feet.
Okay. I think we got it. And if there are any questions, we'll get back to you.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a infill circa 1980 on Brant Point. There's actual HDC survey on file from their 89 effort, surprisingly. I will notate that any proposed hardscaping with that patio needs a separate COA, so that will need to be removed from this application. The new door on the north should be a 12 light with a kick panel, as consistent with what the commission approves, especially in the historic district. Along with the new dwellings on the south, the front door on the east also should not be a 9 light door. It's very informal for a front door. The second floor deck and post is contrary to building with Nantucket in mind and should be reduced in size and scale. Overall, appreciate the changes to the roof walk skirt and bringing that into compliance as seen within building with Nantucket in mind. And I would recommend obviously revisions and a separate COA for that hardscaping. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Separate COA for hardscaping, definitely. Okay. Holly, thank you. Nikki.
So this is sort of a question, but I think I know the answer. The roof walk size is not changing. I'm assuming it's not getting any bigger.
That is correct. That is correct. Same exact size.
Okay. So we're concurring with Holly about the front door. It's the 9 light is too informal. It should be a more traditional front door style. And I know you're matching the existing door surround trim, but it's really not appropriate. If you're rebuilding it anyway, you should probably have a door casing with a taller head casing to make it look a little more traditional.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mickey, thank you. Okay. So,
I'll go.
Stephen, I just want to make sure Stephen's off, Connie's on. That's where we are. Okay. And then Abby, Diane, me. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Val, you said you'd go.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Just a couple things.
Yep.
I appreciate the change in the roof walk below the roof walk. Are we leaving it the way it is because of the existing? In other words, the posts usually run all the way through traditionally, as opposed to being interrupted by the band. That was one question. I agree about the front door, a little more beefy trim and something other than a 9 light. And the doors on the house existing in the rear are already 15 light. So I don't have a problem matching the 15 lights that are there. And I don't have an issue with the second floor deck in the post. It's in the rear of the building. I'm not really sure. Oops, it went away. What the issue is with that. That's it.
That's it. Okay. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thanks, Connie.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with what Holly said with the front door. I do have a question, and I guess it's just more of a question. There's two outdoor shower enclosures.
No, there's only one. What we're doing is we're moving in the existing west elevation, we're moving it further out so that if, for instance, if you're standing on that deck, you're not looking right down into that outdoor shower.
So there's nothing on the south elevation?
That's the side
Well-
view of the
Oh, I
thing,
got you.
yeah.
The side view of that shower, yes.
All right. Yep, that's it. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Next. Diane.
Can I ask, I'll
Yeah.
ask a question. Can I ask a question?
Yeah,
On
sure,
the,
Diane.
proposed west elevation. It says a new second floor deck, which is out under those smaller windows. How are they getting out onto that deck?
Out onto that deck. So above
Yeah.
that, in the proposed south elevation, we show the new second floor proposed sliders.
Oh, those are the sliders. Okay.
Yep, yep.
And they go down. That's, I wanted to make sure. I didn't know whether they would perhaps need kick panels down there to sort of balance them out with the size of the windows that are there. And on the new south deck and back new deck, and the shower is sitting up on the deck.
That's correct. It's actually out on the deck. So the deck extends so that the shower can sit on it.
Okay, so you're saying so you can't peek in it?
Well, we've pushed it out, so hopefully, you can't really peek into it.
And the roof walk, I'd glad to see it change and not have any of its little circles out there. I guess that's it. I just wanted to check on those and to handle the sliders in such a way that they become more part of the house. Thank you.
Thank you.
Diane, thank you. I believe that leaves you, Abby, right?
Yeah, sure. So I appreciate the change in the style of roof walk, and I think everybody said that the front door should just be a paneled door with the usual sort of simple embellishment, trim around it. I just luckily you have some vegetation in the back that hides all the sort of the new decking, but I was thinking if you didn't really need to go out there, maybe a simpler sort of Juliet balcony might get rid of those long posts, which, I think I don't know, I've never really.
And
But it's just a suggestion.
Hang on, Joe. Let's just let her finish.
Yeah, and I just, so Val pointed out that the other lights are 15 lights, so I'm not so worried about that side door, but I did think that maybe it would be more appropriate to have a kick panel on those French doors, but they seem to already exist. So thank you.
Okay.
And if I may just add really quickly to Abby's comment, the neighbor next door, in fact, has that exact same sort of Juliet balcony. So it would also be in keeping with the neighborhood. And also, if I did that, could I leave the deck to continue to extend out to the outdoor shower? So the first floor deck, because currently it extends all the way out to the outdoor shower from underneath that second floor deck. I guess what I'm wondering is if I put a Juliet balcony there, maybe I would just leave the deck.
Hang on. if I understand correctly, Abby was making a comment about the Juliet balcony, which of course would be much smaller than the one that you're showing right now, and not supported by posts. But I believe that a lot of people, myself included, feel like the back of this house is not going to be visible because of all the vegetation behind it. So, I'm not sure that we need to be discussing the details of that right at the moment necessarily. Okay. Abby, had you concluded, by the way?
Yes, yes, I
Okay.
have. Thank
All
you.
right. So, I want to get back to a point that Val made about the roof walk. I think we all appreciate the change from sort of very sort of, what shall we call it, Queen Anne style, skirt underneath the existing roof walk in favor of this much simpler one. What Val was pointing out was the fact that ordinarily the way a roof walk is constructed is that the posts are visually continuous all the way from the top all the way down, and that the skirt board is interrupted by those posts. So and that's something that you're going to change anyway, because currently the current roof walk is 3-bay and you're doing a 2-bay. So all those posts are going to need to be done new anyway. So what you guys are going to want to do is just sort of revise the details such that the posts are continuous all the way from the cap at the top, all the way down, and that the skirt board spans in between those. That's what she was talking about.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. And I think that's a very simple thing to clear up. For me, the only obstacle at all is the front door and the fact that it's a 9 light, which we usually associate with sort of casual side mudroom door. And if you're okay with the idea of going with like a 6-panel or a 4-panel front door, I think we could probably get an approval out of this one. But so those are my comment. Oh, and I've already made the final comment, which is a lot of the stuff on the back, the balcony, the French doors, all that are just, if we look at the aerial photo, you see how dense that vegetation is behind the house. So I'm not concerned about it. So can I have a motion of some kind?
I can try.
Sure. Yeah.
Motion to approve with an exhibit A,
Okay.
to correct the roof walk, which is in Building with Nantucket, and mine has an illustration, I think.
Okay.
And changing the front door out. You can come back another time if you want to have something with lights in it. And that's my motion, leaving everything else is submitted.
Okay. So there is Val's motion. On Val's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Appreciate it.
Welcome so much. But good night.
Pizza's
Uh,
here.
Pizza
Pizza is
paid.
here, folks. Now, so Stephen, you're still off of 67 Starbucks,
Yes, please.
right?
No.
Okay, so rotation wise, which way are we going? Clockwise or counterclockwise? What? You're next? Okay. Do we have somebody to rep 67 Starbuck? And after this, we'll be taking a little break. Oh, by the way, I heard from Matt McEachern, and he is watching us on YouTube or whatever. And he said, if we do get to North Water is the one, right? North Water is the one.
No, it's
19.
What?
Hobart, isn't it? 63 Hobart.
63 Hulbert, where is that?
That is number 11 of the last page.
Oh, gosh. Yeah,
I don't think so, but you never know.
I'm sorry. Is that what you're waiting for? I think it's highly, highly unlikely that we're gonna get through all of our new business and into old business. And Matthew, I don't think that you're gonna be able to respond to this, but I'm gonna sort of make an executive decision in the interest of, somebody who's potentially gonna have to sit here all night for naught. And that is, in the unlikely event that we do get there, I want to hold that. Sorry, you want to take a piece of pizza?
I think I may have denied her unintentionally last week. Someone's got YouTube.
What was that?
Someone had YouTube on, so it
was echoing.
repeating
Okay.
with the
All right.
delay.
So if you want to hang around, great. But if it gets to that, which it's not going to, I'm going to have Matt hold it. Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Would you repeat what Matt said?
Matt said that he is following us on YouTube just to see where we are, because apparently he has other applications in between. And if we get to them, he'll show up.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
But with respect to, I just feel bad when somebody's waiting all
Yeah.
night long.
No, I was just wondering
and we don't
where
get-
he is on maybe swapping them. Because we missed his 43 West Maya comment.
Well, he said he wanted to hold the quote unquote first two. Would 43 Maya Comet be the first one?
That was number one. Number two would be 30, and then he's not, the next one would be 19.
Even so,
Yeah,
it's like,
it's
it's
very
still
unlikely.
remote.
Yeah.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Matt will be amenable to it. Okay? All right. So, what I would like to do now is let's hear 67 Starbuck. And then after that, we're gonna go, and enjoy some pizza for a few minutes. Okay? Everybody good?
I think this could be
All right.
easy consent.
But I should have asked, and maybe I did. Is somebody here to rep this project? All right, hey, if this is Devin Murphy, could you unmute and just give us your name for the record, even though we know what it is?
Yes, sir. This is Devin Murphy.
Okay, Devin Murphy, there you are. So your board is the regular board with the exception of Stephen and with the addition of Joe Paul, okay?
Roger that.
All right, let's go 67. Here we go. 67 Starbuck. New shed. You go for it. Just tell us what you
Oh
got
yeah,
going.
sorry, Ray. I
No,
wasn't
no
sure.
problem.
Yep. Basically this is just a smidge bigger than a standard shed permit that you guys would probably put to consent. I'm assuming the reason we're reviewing it is because it is a little bigger. And maybe that there is already another shed on the property from years ago. But I gave you guys a pretty good, I think, some pictures that show the old shed in the house from the driveway. You cannot see the location where the proposed shed will be from Starbuck, or even you may maybe be able to see the corner of it from the driveway when we first do it. But once the vegetation fills back in in the spring, I think it's pretty unlikely this shed will be ever seen. You'll notice the front elevation, as it is named in the salt spray plans, is cedar shake, and the other three elevations are barn board. That front elevation is the elevation that faces the house and Starbuck Road. And if any piece of this shed were ever seen at all from a public way, it would be that elevation that has the cedar shake and the barn doors.
It's cedar shingle, just by the way.
Sorry, shingle. Thank you.
You don't want shakes on it.
We don't want shakes there. Roger that.
And is the barn board painted or natural?
Natural, I believe, is the plan.
Okay,
Yep.
all right. I think that gives us a very sufficient overview. Let's see, Holly, you first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to mention that the site plan that's provided is not, it's not indicated, at least on the actual,
It's not.
survey plan,
No.
which I would assume would be used as the site plan. But I will notate that the plans, the architectural plans actually match the existing shed, and I would hope that existing shed's going to stay. And then with that, the trim color, although this one's going to be natural to weather, the existing trim for the main house and the existing shed are white, so it would be a little incongruent. And I did want to mention, if the commission hasn't already seen, that you do have bits and pieces of old roads, Mississippi Avenue and
Yeah.
Utah Avenue, that do flank this property. Might not be visible, but at the end of the day, those are platted roads. So those are my comments,
Right.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. And is there anybody from Nantucket Advisory? No. Okay. All right, who would like to start?
I'll go.
Thank you.
I think it's just the lack of information is why it wasn't consentable, because the
Oh.
trim color and all that
Yeah.
stuff wasn't on there, the roof color. And the location on that site plan. So there's nothing about it that's inappropriate.
Yep, sorry about that. The roof, the architectural shingles, I missed that. I'm sorry. It was supposed to say to match main house, which I believe is gray frost Ico, except we'll do it in the closest we can get architectural, probably from Certainteed.
Right.
And I'm sorry, I'm realizing I made a mistake. I did have a version of the site plan upon which I had placed a little square to represent the shed. And I didn't submit the right one to you guys.
Listen, it's
It's okay.
if we scroll down to the aerial photo,
Yep,
it's
the aerial
clear from the
photo does
aerial
have it
photo
on.
where it's going. So
Yep.
I although it's not on the site plan, it is on the aerial photo, so we know where it's going. So let's see, Val, had you spoken your piece?
Yeah. I
Okay.
think it's appropriate. There was
Okay.
just missing information.
Great.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep,
thank
fair.
you. Abby?
Sorry about that.
I think it's appropriate too. I just think it should just have the regular shingles and white trim.
It does have regular.
Oh, and it does, it's supposed to
oh,
have
you
white
said
trim as
shade,
well, and the plan doesn't say it. It's supposed to match
It's
the
not
house, and the existing shed,
barn?
and the salt spray plans were just, I'm sorry, I should have noted that.
Hey, Devin, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Abby, I believe, would prefer not to see the batten board and just have it all shingled.
Yeah,
Got
so given the shed that's already there, and given that there are a couple of paper roads ending nearby, I would just make it regular shingle instead of a barn siding, and I would do everything that is already on the main house, like the white trim and the same roof shingle as well, just to make it all uniform. Thank you.
Okay, thank you,
Hey,
Abby.
I'll
Joe,
go.
Oh, that was Diane, right?
Yeah,
Okay, go ahead, Diane.
that's because I agree with Abby. I think it's all fine. I think the little shed is cute, but I don't want the barn boards. And it should be trim white, matching the main house.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Joseph?
I agree with Diane and Abby.
Okay, so Devin, it sounds like you can get an approval on this. Although I just for me, I really don't believe that the barn board elevation of this will be visible. But it sounds like you can get an approval if you would concede to white cedar shingle siding on all four sides and white trim to match the house and the existing barn. Are you okay with that?
I am absolutely okay. I can definitely say that we're okay with the trim matching. As I said, that was a oversight on my part. It's supposed to say that it matches and is painted white. The barn board, I know that the client made that call to save money, so I'll have to run it by the client.
Save money. But I would have thought it was more expensive,
No,
honestly.
barn board is far less expensive.
Probably comes as a
Oh,
kit.
Yeah.
wow. Okay, good
Yeah.
to know.
Yeah, barn board is
Bunch of
barn board is
barn
far less
board houses
expensive
coming
than.
through now.
Yeah.
Okay, well, listen, your backup strategy is we're going to approve this with white cedar shingles. And if it's under construction and you decide you really want to push it, come back, show us visibility or lack thereof, and we can reevaluate it, okay?
Fair, I appreciate that.
All right, so how about a motion, folks?
Motion to approve with the siding all being white cedar shingles. Through staff and colors to match house.
Very good. That is Val's motion. On that motion, Abby.
Aye.
Very good. Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. Joseph.
Aye.
Very good. Val.
Aye.
And I'm an aye too. Okay, thank you, Devin. Now it's 1 minute to 6, and we're gonna take a 6-minute break. So we'll be back at 6:05. Okay,
Thanks, guys.
thank you.
Yeah, I think I need a piece of pizza. Oh, let's get a piece of pizza. No.
Somebody out in the kitchen.
Biden is attending a concert tonight. The president landed in Boston earlier today for 3 separate fundraisers, making Israel-Hamas war looming as a major issue. Many of the protesters support the Palestinians. Let's get right out to WBC's Lisa Moore, who is live outside of the Schubert tonight in Boston. Has slowly grown over the last hour. From 1 block to 2, they're about to move this way. And a couple watching the Schubert, where President Biden's campaign came out at 7 o'clock. Obviously, we've seen protests like this one around the country. There appears to be evidence of a generational divide. President Biden and young people, when it comes to Middle East conflict, we need support. Hence, the slew of fundraising stops. Calls for President Joe Biden to end his support of Israel still Tremont Street Tuesday night as a one-block protest.
I remember a few years ago, I used to wear AirPods all the time. Then I came across some of the research Dr. Papa shared with me about what it's doing, and I immediately stopped and I put back the wired headphones. But you tested AirPods. I want you to explain what the safe limit is on that machine, what you're testing for, and what AirPods register. So one of the 10 microwatt or less. Now, when we measured the AirPods, we're at 900,000. Now, keep in mind that the earlier range is going to start to measure thermal rise in the body.
Charged with a sudden battery with a dangerous weapon. Police say when they responded to a fight yesterday, crews told them even fired with a baseball bat. But a witness told police a different story. She says she saw a man matching Krejc's description stab the teenager.
Well, the presidents of Harvard and MIT were on Capitol Hill today answering questions about anti-Semitism on college campuses. Now, Harvard is being
Days you gotta wake up and say, I got a fat ass and a good heart. That's gotta count for something. Can I get it?
held by students following the Hamas attack on Israel. Dr. Thaddeus Gay, the president of Harvard, defended her.
Alrighty, as we head towards Thanksgiving, Christmas, everything in between, is out today. Perfect. Alright. Is out today.
Stephen, me, Abby, and you guys are all able to log on and all that, follow the applications. All right, let's proceed.
I'm gonna
All right,
stop on Dale's. Give
you're
our
gonna
association-
sit out so that, let's see, Joe just went, so Connie, Carrie, you out there in TV land?
I am.
Okay, great. Can you sit on this application for the barn at 248?
Sure.
All right, great. So for the record, Stephen off, Val off, because she's the applicant, Connie's in and Carrie is in. So let's
What about-
proceed.
What about me?
You're on.
Oh, you didn't mention my name.
Well, no, I was just saying the people that were off and the people, the
Oh.
substitute people, we'll always assume, unless I say otherwise, that the regular members will be on an application.
Well, my Zoom thing didn't start when you all
Oh.
started, so I didn't
Had
hear.
internet trouble.
Yeah,
So are you unable to follow right now?
I'm okay.
You got your stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's proceed.
Okay.
248 Matticat Barn. Val, your turn.
Okay, this is a proposed barn structure behind a house on Nantucket Road. I can't read how far back it is, but it's pretty far back, over 100 feet. The plans were actually drawn by Country Carpenters, which I think is out of Pennsylvania. It's pretty basic. 22 feet high, has 2 little dormers, batten doors, and the trim's white because the house is white. White sash, black asphalt roof, and the doors white or natural to weather.
All right,
The
Val.
front north is what faces Nantucket
Right.
Road.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as Val indicated on our application, the main house is a non-contributing 1986. This is a corner lot. The barn is an appropriate feature for Matticat. However, I think the design needs a little tweaking. The roof pitch seems too steep and not sure what it is, as it's not indicated on the plans.
It is on.
Is it?
front Elevation.
It
It's
is
at 10.
actually.
Oh, yep,
It's,
you're right.
10 and
I see
12.
it.
Yeah.
Thank you for that correction. I overlooked that. The doors with the transom above are a little atypical, along with the fenestration and the dormers. They seem to be floating in the dormers. Maybe you can put them up into the soffit. Appreciate the dormers complying though with building with Nantucket in mind and not on the ridge. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair, and appreciate that the trim is to match the main dwelling. Thank you.
Okay, Holly. Who would like to begin? Thanks. Thanks, Abby.
Okay,
They're just little 3/3 windows.
So, let's see, on the drawing, the dormers they look like they're drawn like flush dormers, but then when you look at the, east and west, it looks like they're back from the eave, so I would prefer to see them back from the eave, so I hope that's would be what you had intended.
Yes, if you look at the floor plans, they are.
Okay, no, I'm just looking at the
Abby is correct, though, that like when
Yeah,
you look at the sides, it looks like the dormer face is flush with the exterior
need to
face.
correct that.
It just needs to be corrected.
Yeah, I think the transoms on the east are a little excessive. Oh, about the garage doors, they seem a little close to the corner. Could they be pulled in at all? They seem awfully, almost like they're hinged on the corner boards. But I think if they had a little more generous space around them, I think they'd sit better. And what is that little beehive above the 3?
I think it's a vent.
It's a vent.
Oh,
You
okay.
can take it out.
All right, yeah, maybe that goes. I mean, 22 feet. I would just work on the proportion, because if we're going to see those from Matticat Road, I would work on the proportion of those doors in relationship to the corner. Otherwise, I'm fine. Thank you.
All right, Abby, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Carrie.
I agree with Abby. I'm mainly concerned about the north elevation, the size of the doors and the windows above. There just seems like there's a ton of shingle above the doors, which makes them look squat. Since they're 9x7, maybe they should be 8x7 or even 8x8. I don't know, but the windows just seem very squat as well. And the dormers, I agree, should be set back. The east elevation, I don't think is going to be very visible from Nantucket Road. So I don't have a problem with that. That's it.
Okay, Carrie, thanks. Let's see.
I'll go.
Diane, yes, go.
I agree with what has been said. The doors, the north doors, garage doors are too wide and not tall enough. They should be 8 or so if they're using them for cars under there. I think the dormers up above, on the east elevation should, those windows are too heavy. Those 3 windows in a row. I don't know whether you would use 2 and leave 1 in, but they're busy as they are on the north elevation. I don't know whether you bring them, well, if you put the doors up, that'll take up more room and they'll make them closer to the doors. It's just the space, particularly on that north side, that there's so much space between the two that it's difficult. And I would like to see perhaps the windows, maybe that's it. Perhaps the windows on the first floors be a little bit bigger, which would give them more proportion with the doors they're next to. And on the south, whether that's visible or not, I don't know so much. But the windows on the first floor should be bigger to make some proportion to the barn. I don't know what's up on the second floor, but it there needs to be windows there of a good size. You have enough facade to do that. That's what I think is the size of the windows and the those little windows over the barn, particularly on the east side, I don't think are necessary, but I think the windows on the first floor all around should be a better size, should be bigger. They shouldn't all be those little windows up that they're usually up in the dormer. That's what I think for now.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Let's see, Connie, I think it might be to you now.
Yeah, I don't really have anything else to add. My only concern would be that front and those garage or the doors, if they somehow can be smaller or repositioned. That's really it for me. Thank you.
Okay, Connie, thank you. Val,
Yes.
instead of doing 9 feet, could you do 8.5 feet on the doors, the width?
Yeah, I'm sure we can.
And then if you did 8.5 feet, you're gaining 6 inch, you're gaining an overall of a foot, which you would just distribute middle and 2 sides. And then I think you get more shingle space. 9 feet is pretty wide for garage doors.
I think it's the way it's drawn too. The trim is.
Yeah,
smaller.
I agree, because there are shingles there. It's just not
Yeah.
that apparent. And then have you ever considered doing like these, if these are double hung windows, they're 3/3s. Have you ever considered doing like a 6/6 that would essentially be like twice the size of these, like what almost look like 6 light awnings? And I'm only talking here about the front north elevation because I really think that's the only one that really matters in this case. Just a thought, and I'm with everybody else in terms of the pushing back the plane of the dormers from the face of the wall below it.
Yeah, I think it's a drawing thing too.
I think it is too. Shall we try and do something with this?
I'll try motion to approve. Pushing the dormers back on the, is it the east and west? I just changed.
Yes.
my- okay.
Correcting that.
Okay, yeah, correct the drawings to reflect that they're off the eave. And that the doors be 8.5 versus 9.
I think,
Making them small, a little more room on towards the corners. And what about the transoms?
well, I'd be in favor of them being like 2 or even 3 larger windows, but that's just me, you know.
Oh, so but the windows over the garage doors,
Over
we
the
want those to
garage.
be 6/6?
Like 6/6.
6/6?
Wait, what?
See, I'm,
Oh, on the front.
yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I suppose, I don't think we're gonna see the transoms on the
no.
east. Are we not, are we gonna see those?
I mean, feel free to go out and look. It's way behind the house,
Yeah.
which is off the road and if you look at the aerial photo, I don't think you're gonna see anything except the north.
Okay, so that's my motion.
Okay, so just to recap, the garage doors are going from 9 feet wide to 8.5 feet wide. The 3 windows that are currently shown as 3/3s will get essentially twice as tall by becoming 6/6s. And the rebate on the dormers faces from the body of the building will be fixed on the elevations. That's your motion, right?
Can that be an exhibit A?
Yeah,
Sure.
Okay.
I think it should be. And should we just get rid of the beehives too, just because I don't think they're
Oh, yeah,
like
I
really
know.
functional anyway?
Eliminate those. Okay.
Yeah, all right, so those go.
Poor
All right,
thing.
so let's see, on Abby's motion, Connie,
Aye.
Carrie,
I,
Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Diane, Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. So there you go. Thanks for that. Now let's see, 5, Dennis. We're still gonna need 2, so I guess the rotation would be Carrie and Joe this time. Okay.
This is a second dwelling on this site. Dennis Drive is in the Mid-Island area, Hooper Farm area. It is in front of the existing house, but it's a ranch that's only 18'4" tall. With the colors to match the existing house that's already there.
You can above my waist.
White trim, white windows. And we think the roof is driftwood. It will be whatever matches that as closely as possible. That's it.
All right, okay. I think unless Holly has anything to say on this, we can go straight to the board. You good? Okay. All right, so straight to the board. Who's first?
I can go because I looked at this for consent.
Thank you, Joe.
The only reason why I didn't put it on consent, the front door on the existing house is blue and the main door on this house you had as white. And I questioned whether or not we actually need to match the roof. So I thought we would discuss it at the table because
I'm sure they're happy to make it blue to match.
you're black or something, but do we need to match the roof material?
Do we need to?
Yeah.
Well, I think
Yeah.
she suggested.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I have no concerns with the overall design other than the material question on the roof and then the front door color.
Joe, thank you. Who's next?
Are we on 5 Dennis?
Yes.
How tall is the house behind it?
Oh. I don't know specifically.
I mean, is it a two-story building or is it a one-story building?
No,
It's a cape. There's a picture of it.
It's a single story.
Okay, so this is not, it's
No
not.
dormers.
Okay. I'm fine with this. If the door wants to be white, it can be white. If it wants to be a color, it can be a color.
Okay, Carrie, thank you. Diane?
I think that it's good and I don't have a problem with it. I think it fits all the questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Connie, you're not on it, right? It's Joe and yeah. And
I don't have a problem, but what were people saying about the color?
I would just match the front.
You want-
door, have that blue,
Checked.
Oh,
you know,
okay. Yeah, me too. I didn't have a concerns.
which I think is a change, right? It's down as white, right?
Well, I had just white is all the doors, but I'm sure there is no problem with making. it
Okay,
color.
we'll just make that stipulation. Motion from somebody?
So the front door is blue?
Yeah.
Okay.
To match the blue door on the house that's already there.
So motion to approve with the front door being blue to match the other house on the property.
Perfect. Thank you, Abby. On that motion, Joe.
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Diane. Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
She's muted.
you're muted, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. And I'm in favor.
May
Uh,
I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is that just something, if I change that on the application and then mark it on the plan, do we have to wait for minutes?
No, just
Okay.
just scratch it
Okay,
out.
all right.
Yeah. Okay, now we're to 165. Excuse me, 165 Cliff. Our rotation now would be Carrie and Connie.
And then I'm gonna sit off for after this one. I'll sit on this one, then I'll sit off for a couple.
O-
Like
okay.
3 or something.
Okay.
Okay, this is proposed housing for the Conservation Foundation. It's a modular going up by the barn up on Tuppence.
Hmm.
The barn connected to the house, that whole little complex there. It's natural to weather trim, terratone sash, and again, the roof to match the buildings that are there, which is a light gray. The specific color, I'm not sure. And the doors Essex green, the front door is Essex green. Doors Essex green. That's it.
I kind of can't believe this. Like, this is a large house and they're moving it from somewhere?
No, it's modular. It's new
Oh, I see.
housing.
Oh, okay. I thought it said move on structure.
Yeah. Oh, where does it say that? No internet? All right, hold on. I have new dwelling checked on my.
It doesn't matter. You just clarified it though. So it's not a move on of an existing structure. It's a new structure. It's a modular
Correct.
house.
Yes. Oh, move on is the next one, 43 Fairgrounds. We're looking at
Oh my God.
165.
Oh, no.
Cliff
Okay.
Road.
Oh boy. I'm in trouble. All right.
I will say this, in terms of visibility, if you know this site, you may want to view. The grade on the road is high and then the buildings are down sort of in a little valley. So the visibility of this, I believe, is going to be the roof. That's just my 2 cents. If you see the site plan, the aerial.
Going right there. Mr. Chair, I do have some comments.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So as Val mentioned, this is for the Conservation Foundation right next to Tuppence Links. The duplex doesn't seem to have any differential in size, understanding it's modular. The smaller size should be a little shorter to provide that additive massing at all possible. And there could be a little bit more harmony with the existing 30-year-old structure on the lot that has dormers and a chimney. And the eave lines could also be different to provide that differential. And that's it. Thank you.
Oh, all right. Thank you. Okay. Now, was it, I'm starting to lose track. Was it-
You said Carrie, Connie, Ray, Abby, Diane.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to begin?
Ugh, I'll go.
All right, thanks, Carrie.
I feel a little bad about this because it's housing, which is wonderful, but I just feel like in this location, a big honkin' simple, plain, modular, no sort of character, no definition house on this site. It's with all these great little rural buildings, and I feel like the siting of this is really not very sensitive. I wish that it could be hidden sort of behind some of the stuff that's on site rather than being the prominent sort of thing right on the street. I feel like if it's down in a little gully, that's fine, but I still think this is a massive, very plain Jane modular house, and I just don't think it's very appropriate located where it is.
Okay, Carrie, thank you. Who's next?
I can go.
Abby.
I really don't want to agree with Carrie, but those were my first thoughts when I saw this site. First of all, this little cape with the two dormers as you're going down cliff is very visible and it's very rural. And suddenly it's going to change a lot. What can we do? I think the height is overwhelming, and I think the additive massing is not additive enough. It's got to get and it's overwhelming the old cape. I mean, so I would like to see, maybe it should be a story and a half, but
I'm gonna suggest you guys also view. And we'll put up poles.
I drive by, I mean, I'm at Tuppence every day, so.
There's a big barn attached to that little cape and the other building is 30 by 40, so I just give them the benefit of the doubt.
Well,
and view it.
let's keep going.
Is there any way to recite it, Val?
I'll ask.
Anyway, I'm
So
done. Thank you.
Abby's finished. Connie.
I guess I would like to actually see where it would be located. I think that would be advantageous. I don't know. I tend to agree a little bit about the plain Jane. I don't know if dormers could be added, if that would help make it look a little better. But I don't know if Val would agree, but I would like to go for a view, if agreeable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Diane.
Here I am.
Muted too. Diane, there we go.
I think they're right about the location. It's sort of is the least fitting in place. In front of Cliff Road. I think we should have a view of it before we try and do it, and it needs some dressing up. I don't know whether the windows maybe should be 6 over 6. It's it doesn't fit in as a simple old house on Cliff Road or a not fancier but more sturdy house on Cliff Road. So I would like to see it in a view where it is and how it fits in with the street at that point. Okay, that's it.
Diane, thank you. So, Val,
Yeah.
it's interesting because when you look at the existing 1.5-story house, topographically, it sits kind of high. It sits at about elevation 37. And then the barn kind of like drops off. And that drops off down to what is like down in the 20s. It's like 28, 29. Now, it looks like you're doing something similar where you're building this thing into the side of a hill, which is good because if the topo is to be believed, you would be down, this thing would be down at the level of the barn. And it would also have this hill that's 37 feet elevation in front of it. But what's not evident in these drawings is, are you in fact building it into the side of the hill, in which case it shouldn't appear as a flat site. So I'd love to know, like, how is it getting graded? You know, like how are you dealing with, like, there's seriously from going the short dimension, you're going from elevation 28 to elevation 34. So that's 6 feet of difference.
You're right. And it doesn't show retaining or anything.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
So I think that might actually help because I had a knee-jerk reaction to seeing 2 stories.
Yeah.
And then you brought up about the barn, and I said, well, the barn is looking okay because it's sitting down low. And so I think we need more information about
Like a
that. So Abby
section or
has
something?
one, sorry, what?
Like a section through the lot?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would be great. You know, and topo that shows like how it's being dealt
Yeah.
with. Abby has a
Yeah, I was
question.
wondering, Val, because it is sort of on a farm and on very rural. I wonder if the style couldn't be more of a barn instead of a residential looking.
Good.
You know, I think it would fit in a lot better and sit lower and so
I will
forth.
pass it on.
The siding's much cheaper.
Learning all the time.
Okay, so do we want a motion on this?
Motion to hold for, do we want a view?
I would ask that you view and we'll come back with revisions.
Motion
too.
for a view and revisions.
Okay.
More
That's-
information.
That sounds good. Thanks, Abby. So on that, Connie,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, so now we're to 43 Fairgrounds.
Yes, now we're on the move.
I mean, I guess you can. We'd have all 3 as associate members on. So are you off? Okay, so all 3 associate members. A night to remember. Connie, Joe, Carrie, Diane, Ray. On 43 Fairgrounds.
Yeah. This is a house coming from 26 Washington. You know, the house that Chip Webster is redoing. Next to the little Mariah Mitchell aquarium. It's contributing. Well, it's getting
This one?
saved.
This one. Well, I'm sure I'll let you speak on it. Go ahead.
It's getting moved to the back of a lot at 43 Fairgrounds. Behind another house. At least 200 feet off the road. And the top picture on your cover page shows looking down the driveway toward that house. And the driveway is just gonna continue to the back. And we are just going to modify by filling in a section in the rear on to make the differential of the 20% between the structure that's
Oh,
there and then
yeah.
this.
Okay.
So while the two buildings probably are not typically something you'd see next to each other, I don't think you're gonna see it, and we're saving the building.
Right.
How come no elevations? I wonder why. Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, I have my little ones.
Well, and for those of us looking, oh,
Oh, right, you can see it on your iPad.
yeah. Yeah, wow, I can't believe that they can move the structure, like it's big. Anyway, so Holly, do you have anything to say about it?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just that the commission approved this a few years ago, I believe, and then it came back recently in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
It's a circa 1950, so obviously contributing towards the local and national district, and happy to see it saved.
All right, thanks. Who would like to begin the discussion on this one? All three associates, Diane, me.
I'm good with this. I'm happy to see that it's being saved.
Well said. Carrie, thank you. Who's
Mhm.
next?
I can go.
Yep.
I totally agree.
All right. Something to be said for reuse, recycle.
And believe it or not, the neighbor behind is letting them come through their yard, so
Oh,
they don't have
wow.
to get rid of any vegetation.
Yeah.
I was wondering how you're
That's a
doing.
miracle.
Yep. That's a miracle.
And they're gonna look at the. Oh, I'm not gonna verbalize that comment.
The 2-quarter round windows.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So who's next, Joe?
Yeah, I'm okay with it, given how far back it is from the road. And the most attractive elevation happens to be facing towards any visibility. So
Correct.
I'm fine with it.
All right. Thank you. Diane. Muted?
Yep.
Diane, you're muted.
I am also, I think it will fit in with the houses right along there. And there's sort of a funny mixture of different houses, different types of houses. So I think it will be good. And
Okay.
it's good size to use.
Okay. I think we have liftoff. Motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
There it is. Joe has made the motion to approve this as submitted. On that motion, Connie,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Joseph.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay.
Thanks.
Yep. Thank you. Nantucket Golf Club. Are we doing the same? Oh, actually. You're off, you're back.
Yeah.
Okay. So Val is back as a voting member. Okay, Val, welcome back to the fold. Stephen, you back?
I got a couple more things to do. if you
No,
don't
it's
mind.
fine. It's totally fine.
Field in a couple of
We'll
our.
keep going. Our associates are really stepping up to the
Yeah.
plate. Thank you.
I gotta step off for a second.
What?
I'm gonna step off for 1 second.
Okay, so I'm gonna go with Connie on the next one. And do we have somebody to rep 21 Waydale?
Yep.
Oh, hi. How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Yeah, just a small shed in the back. My name's Robert O'Day, I'm sorry. Small shed in the back. We're just re-roofing it and changing it from 3-tab to match the main house, which is architectural.
No, not yet. Let's see. Val's back, so we need 2 associate members. Did I get that right? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, we're good. We're good. Yeah. It's just for the record. This board is Connie, Joe, Diane, Val, and me, Ray Paul. Okay.
I'm Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I'm a neighbor, but
Oh,
I don't know how close I am.
yeah.
But I think for the record, I just recuse.
Okay.
No, I'm not currently sitting, but as an alternate, I'd recuse.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so replace old Anderson windows with new.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that's not our application.
Oh, did I goof it again?
No, that's what comes
No.
up.
No, it says window.
That's what comes up.
Yeah.
That's what it says.
No, it comes up as a cape with dormers and windows.
What's the address you're here for?
21 Waydale.
Oh.
And it does say 21 Waydale. Robert Noel. Where's Linda? And it's Linda. Yeah.
But hang on, is this like a side?
That looks like an old one.
Keep going. Yeah, that's what is in our packet. Yeah, you're right.
It may just be for the locust. Actually, I'm not gonna say.
No, it's not. It has nothing to do with the shed. It has to do with.
I didn't submit that one yet.
Okay, we need some clarity.
Mhm.
Is the address of what you're trying to do on 21 Waydale?
Yes.
It is.
Mhm.
But this has the rep down as Linda Williams.
But it was received in 1992. Doesn't that, it's
Oh,
right?
okay.
October
Now, is
21st?
that all we?
Oh.
That's the original.
Got
Oh.
it. Okay. Do we have multiple copies of this? All right,
Oh, this is a shed.
so I'm gonna have to be really mindful of the fact that, let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 members. Diane can't see it. So where did Abby? Hey, I'm gonna have to get a new board on this one because we don't have the right information on the digitized. So it's gonna be the members that are physically present in the room. That would be Connie, Joe, Ray, Abby, and Val. Okay, so yeah, I know the easiest application in the world, and this is what we're doing. Okay, so I'm sorry, but could you just tell us one more time, now that we actually have the correct information, what you hope to do here?
Sure. We're just looking to re-shingle it and re-roof it, and it was 3 tab, and we want to change it to match the main house, which is architectural.
Motion to approve is
Yeah,
submitted.
I think so. All right. After all that. Okay. All right. So that was Val's motion. Val has moved to approve this as submitted. On that motion, Abby.
Aye.
Thank you. Connie.
Hi.
Joe.
Aye.
Val on your motion.
Aye, aye, aye.
And I'm in favor. All right. Sorry to
That's great. Thank you very much. Have a great
for
night.
all that stuff. Okay, now we're gonna go to 51 Maya Comet. And let's check in and see who my board is now. There's that.
Okay.
Let's see, Abby, you back?
I am.
Okay, Abby's back. So the Diane. Assuming it's digitized. Okay, so Diane, Val, Abby, Ray, and Carrie said she was taking a break, right?
She did.
Okay, so how about Connie? Okay. Oh, and Brooke is here. All right, so go ahead, 51 Mile Comet.
All right, my comment, road, this is I believe it's 21 and a half feet. It's a simple cottage. I think we've got reverb here. Anyway, yeah, I think it's fairly self-explanatory. The photos that I have included are just to indicate that there are other buildings or other properties immediately adjacent where there is a second dwelling forward of the main dwelling, which is often considered atypical, but in this neighborhood, it's not. So hopefully you will consider the context when you're looking at this proposal. Thank you.
Thanks, Brooke.
Can I ask a question about what he just said?
So what he's trying to point out is even though it's in front of the main house, it's not atypical in this neighborhood. A lot of people have done it. Like, look at that.
Yeah, that was going to be my first comment was, could it go the other way? Because it is sort of, house on house.
What do you mean the other way? Like rotate
Yeah,
it?
rotate it.
You mean 90 degrees so that
90,
the gable
so that the
faces?
gable faces the road.
It-
It's
it-
just that.
It cannot.
Yeah.
It cannot, we need the 12 feet separation from the main house for this to be a
Oh,
second
yeah,
dwelling.
you're right.
Plus, we've got
He's
a
right
30-foot front yard setback. And again, immediately adjacent at 55 is a building that is nearly new in the same situation where the ridge runs parallel to the street. Except for this is more interesting than that one.
Ah,
Just
okay.
it is. And I think I have a photo up there.
Well, here, so that was Abby's first comment. Do you want to say anything else, Abby?
Well, I know I don't have I don't, the architecture is fine for me. I think it's appropriate. Although I didn't check the height. I mean, I'm just trying to think, how can this fit in better? Because it is house on house, but that's okay. I can see it right here.
Sorry.
Thought there was another house fire.
It just says 22.
Go to the next, there's some photos.
Yeah.
Really are very
22 feet 5.
Yeah.
down at the bottom. This one I'm showing just Gloria's house, which is. That's not the bottom. Oh. That is right next door.
Yeah. So, well,
This is the house here.
And that's the second going forward.
so are you saying that this is, so I understand that. I just didn't want to set a further precedence that was a little bit, but if this is the, if that's the same house as your house that's existing, and, well, yours is better than that, because yours isn't as high, because that looks like, yours is only 22, so that's, so, I think I'm okay with this. Let's hear what somebody else
All
says.
right. Val?
I have no concerns knowing this neighborhood very well.
Okay.
There's a mix of things and it's housing for somebody, so.
All right, thank you. Diane, you ready?
They would just unmute me and
Yeah, you're there.
it is like, as Val said, it's an interesting collection of houses. And I think this will fit in fine. It's not quite as open up as it looks like in one of the photographs. So I think it will fit in. I know what 55 looks like. And the
it'll be good.
Okay, Diane, thanks so much. I honestly forget who did I choose? All right, Connie.
I have no concerns. Thank you.
Connie's good. I'm good. Can we have a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
All right, there it is. Motion to approve is submitted. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
I
Diane,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, that's one down for you, Brooke.
I'm gonna sit off this next 4 because I just came in for the house. I worked on the house next door and working.
Okay, all right. So let's see where we are. Stephen, you're still off, right? All right. So all right, so this one is gonna be Abby, Diane, Ray. Is Carrie back?
Yeah, I'm here, Ray. I'm back.
Carrie's back. So then Carrie and Joe will be the two associate members sitting. Okay? Brooke, go for it.
So this is a two-story dwelling, and it is a rather plain structure. And you know, we're dressing it up a little bit. We're adding a covered front porch that will help that front elevation, I think. And then, you know, when you see the second dwelling, hopefully you'll agree that that, you know, by dressing this up, we're also making the buildings relate to each other a little bit better. I guess if you have any questions, I'm ready to answer.
All right. Thank you. Holly.
My only comment is it's a non-contributing, the existing structure in 1986, I believe, infill within itself. I will say that the existing structure as it stands acts like a 4-bay typical Nantucket, like your, you know, design guidelines are. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Holly. Who would like to begin?
I can go.
Yeah.
I'm going to start with a couple of questions because I don't understand the three dormers on the west that are sort of below the eave, and they've got these very shallow shed dormers above them. What is making this so odd to me? That's my first question. And as for the third dormer up in the third floor, I think that's taking away from your design. So my only concern is on the west elevation, those two windows with the French door. Something's off, and somebody else is going to be able to find out why.
I can answer that.
You can answer it, I'm sure.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So the existing structure, the inside head height is actually at 5.5 feet. So the existing eave line, even though it reads like a 3-bay structure, that eave line is not very high off the floor. And so in order to get a window that is the correct head height, we had to, you know, pop the eave up and put little shed dormers there. You know, perhaps we can take a row of glass off the bottom. Maybe that'll help visually. So anyway, that I hopefully explains it.
Yeah, I was hoping it.
Sure.
You know, these dormers that are just like, you know,
Like little
not
pop-ups.
really quite a dormer, and we all know why they're there, but they don't really look great. Your head height on these windows and the door is probably 7 feet.
Right now, yes, that's as proposed at 7.
7. Well, if you made them 8,
Mm-hmm.
then you'd actually be getting like a more of a dormer. And it's not making the building any taller.
Right.
But what it is doing is it's serving to make the dormer like feel more like a dormer. You're not gonna get to the meeting rail, that would be way the hell up there, but you know, raising it up more, I think to Abby's point, would be at least they're really dormers, they're not kind of like halfway mistake dormers.
Yep.
Just a thought.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna suggest.
Kind of interrupted you.
No, I'm not an architect. I just can visually see that it's off. I was wondering, maybe instead of, as long as you're doing this part over, what if you were to do a shed dormer all the way across there and get rid of the French door and make that, push those windows up into the eave more, so it looks a little more normal.
I feel like if we did that, there would be a lot more shingle. And I don't think that would be helpful.
You're gonna make your porch taller though.
Yeah. Yep. So anyway, I think there's some things that I can think about for sure.
Anyway, those are my only thoughts. And I did mention that don't think the 3rd floor dormer is working. Thank you.
All right, Abby, thank you. Joe, why don't you go next?
Yeah, so my thoughts echo what Ray started. I think that making the window plate height 8 feet and making that center door 8 feet and pushing all that up. And I would eliminate the corner boards on all the dormers. And I think if you did that, you're right that you'd end up with a lot of shingle space. I think that the 1st floor porch feels a little bit squat and it's hiding the head casing of the windows, at least in 2D. And if that porch went up a little bit in elevation, but also cut the exposure of your railing on that deck, then I think you would improve the west elevation. I think we're all focused on the west elevation. I do like Abby's idea of having one continuous dormer across there too as an option. And it seems like something that we'd probably want to look at because there's a lot of things working in concert with one another. And it's the final thing I'd say is it's Nantucket, and there are a lot of eclectic architecture out here. And I think you have an opportunity to push that a little bit. I think you are doing that a little bit with the brackets on the porch. I think the front door could be a little more whimsical and not be a 6-panel potentially. But I think those are, I don't have an issue with the dormer on the east elevation on the back because I don't think you're going to see that. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Joe. Connie, or wait, Carrie, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I agree about the dormers. I think they should be a little more significant. So raise the windows. I don't think there should be a 2nd floor deck on this west elevation. I think the front door is off center. I don't think a 2nd floor centered deck makes sense. And I do think the porch itself, the roof pitch seems to be very shallow. And while I get Joe's idea of raising it, I also think the pitch should come up. So the sort of the top of the porch roof hits right under the window sills. If they get raised a bit, then that can get raised a bit. I'm not concerned about the rear either. That's about it.
Okay, Carrie, thank you. Diane.
I was wondering why we were using such a multi-pane window in this little house. Is there a reason?
We're matching existing.
Okay. And the skylight, is that a skylight there on that lower?
Yes, and that faces private property.
So it's not seized, is that right,
It-
Burke?
It is definitely not visible.
Okay. I think Abby's right with the dormer that's up next to the chimney. It shouldn't be there. It's not necessary, and the house is, I don't know, hard to put together, but I would like to see, are those windows underneath the skylight in that thing, are they able to be separated, Brooke, or is there a reason to keep them all together?
Well, visibility is definitely there's no visibility there.
Yeah.
And then it's what will fit in the space around the dining room table. If you go around the corner, there's a similar 3-gang unit facing
Yeah.
east.
Right, I can see that it's east and west, both. If it goes around, I just would think that maybe 2 windows were better on all 3 sides of that wart there. I'm not sure, but it's a little house and it's busy. So I'd like to see those windows spread out more instead of tucked all into the right, and the same with the matching 3s all the way around. And what's the color of the house?
Right now it's natural, but we are going to change it to, I believe I have it as white on the application.
White trim and
Yes.
windows? Okay. Well, that's all. I think it's interesting. I would like to see a picture of it, but anyway, that's what I think for now.
Just FYI, Diane, I'm pretty sure there are there are photos. It's the last page.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah. Thank you, Diane. Brooke, I think punching the dormers up, which would bring the windowsills up, would allow you to make that a proper 4 and 12 porch roof, which I also think would benefit this building a lot. Like several of the members, I don't really care, because of lack of visibility only, about the 3rd floor dormer on the east elevation. That's about it for me. Shall we move for some revisions on this one?
I make a motion to hold for revisions.
There we go, Diane. Thank you. On that motion, Abby.
Aye.
Very good. Joe.
Aye.
Carrie.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. All right. So now we got a second dwelling, same property, same board.
Oh.
Brooke, go ahead.
This is a second dwelling, being proposed in the only spot on the property where it can be proposed, due to some wetlands. And again, this is 1.5 stories. And I believe I have the elevation as it should be under 22 feet. I think it's 21 feet 4, maybe 21 feet 6. Oh, nope, 21 feet 10. So, but again, it's a pretty basic building, and I have made it more to look like a classic Nantucket cottage bungalow style, because I really just didn't want to copy the plainness of the existing dwelling. And yeah, So,
Okay.
have at it.
All right. Thanks, Brooke. Holly, anything?
No, sir.
Okay. Same board. What are our thoughts?
Can I just make sure I'm orienting
Yeah,
myself?
sure.
What faces Nantucket Road is the north?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so we'll be seeing the deck and the French doors and the windows there.
Yes, there are a few buildings in the area where you can do that, but
Could I continue?
Yeah, go ahead. That'd be great. Thank you.
Since this is what we're gonna see from Nantucket Road, you know, something with a deck and French doors, it seems a little bit more, I'd like to see something a little bit more formal or not so, you know, I don't know, I'm at a loss of words, but let me say that the other side of this, which is the south, I think that would be more appropriate to face Nantucket Road. This looks more like the back of a building. So, I mean, I think if they were reversed, the south looks a little more formal to be right on Nantucket Road. Not formal in like a formal sense, but in a more, you know,
typical.
Yeah. So, otherwise, the other sort of oddities or embellishments are fine. You know, the funny diamond doors, I don't think we're going to see them. So, thank you.
Okay. Abby, thanks. Who's next?
I'm in total agreement with Abby.
Say that
That
again.
was Carrie. I'm in agreement with Abby. I don't have anything to add, but I agree with her.
Okay.
Completely. Front elevation.
Great. Thank you, Carrie. Joe?
My comments are in the spirit of my previous board members, and that I was thinking that you could do something to the north elevation to make it present more like a front since it's on the street. I was actually wondering if that plank door could have a little diamond window since you have that motif, and if there was something that would call that out as an entry. That was my initial thought. Then Abby brought up the comment about the double doors over the balcony. I think that if that was a single door with wider windows, it might read more like a front and less like a rear of the building. And I definitely agree that the south elevation feels more like the elevation that would be facing the road, but I feel like you could do things to the north elevation to make it more appropriate. I apologize if that's not completely consistent with other comments, but those are my
I think
comments.
the spirit of it is actually. Diane?
Yep, I think
that we're going to keep what they have as the front door, south elevation. Then I would put a more appropriate front door. It looks like it was going into the basement or the kitchen. It doesn't look like a front door. And I would like the windows on that elevation made to follow what's all around. Otherwise rotate the house and put the south up there, which is better. I agree with what has been said in that respect. That's it.
Chairman, can I make one more comment?
Yeah, sure.
If Diana's done, sorry.
Diane is done.
Yeah, I
she's
think
finished.
the only thing I
Done.
wanted to point out too that I find attractive about the north facing the street is that it does have that nice single story shed roof mass that diminishes the height, and that if, for instance, it worked programmatically for you to flip this thing, that then you've got a 1.5 story vertical elevation right on the road. And I feel like that's you have a softer elevation in the north elevation massing. It doesn't say it's the front yet, but I just wanted to reinforce that. Thank you.
I think we're all kind of, well, I'm gonna say the same thing. You know, what's addressing Nantucket Road? The point has been made that your current north elevation feels back of house. And south, facing into the property, feels like the piece that's supposed to be. Now, whether you literally flip it around or whether you sort of take the spirit of what's been said and just reconfigure your north elevation, it's up to you, but I think that's definitely where the board is going on this. So can we have a motion on this one?
I would motion to hold for minor revisions.
Yeah, I think that's well said. Thank you. Abby,
Aye.
Carrie,
Oops. Aye.
thank you. Diane,
Aye.
thank you, and Joe.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, shed.
Dead. Dead.
Okay, so we got a gambrel shed going here. Right, Brooke?
That is correct. And it will be behind the second dwelling. Most of what will be visible will actually be the west elevation. The east faces private property. The north faces the back of the second dwelling, and the east or the south faces the back of the primary dwelling.
Okay, thanks. Holly? No. Board, same.
I think I'm ready.
Yep.
I think the this building is just too small to be a gambrel. It looks like a little toy, little Lego set sort of thing. I don't mind the idea of a cupola, but I think a simple gable it would be absolutely fine, perfect. But I think it's sort of asking too much of itself. Thank you.
Okay. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thanks, Diane. Go ahead.
I think Abby's right. It's just a gable. Would be simple. The house is simple. It doesn't need that extra proof and the big thing over the doors and all that stuff. I'd like to see it just as a simple house there. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Carrie, Joe?
I want to approve this building because I think it's cute. To Abby's comment, I think my reservation about it is on this property because the main house is so eclectic. And then you've designed a guest house that has a lot going on. I actually think that there are some elements from the guest house, like the door with the diamond, and that detail I think could be brought into the shed element. So I think I'm with Abby in that the gambrel feels like a lot given all the other things happening here.
Right.
If those other buildings were simple, this is like a folly, I think would be interesting. With respect to the cupola, I'm just kind of independently, if I were looking at the cupola, I do think it could actually be taller and the corners could be a little thinner. If you change the roof form and it came back with a cupola, I wouldn't be opposed to it. And I think you should look at the other structure you designed to pull some of those details. And those are my comments.
Joe, thank you.
It's me.
Carrie,
Yeah, I
you
haven't
gone?
gone. I haven't. And I
Right.
agree with the others. I think another style of architecture on this property is a little much, and I would keep it simple and talk to the other buildings.
Yeah, I agree. You know, I mean, the house, eclectic, the guest house, ornamented, but in a different way from the main house, and now Gambrel. I'd like to see a little bit more cohesion. That's it.
Yep.
Motion?
Motion to hold for revisions.
Thank you. On that motion, Joe,
Aye.
Carrie,
I
Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. And is literally the landscape application, is it seriously just the driveway?
Well, there's a little bit of a story, and
Oh.
it's why it's here. Currently there is a driveway that enters from the neighbor's frontage,
Oh.
and that's on the right-hand side of that.
Yeah.
And there is an easement of sorts, but the way that things are getting organized right now, and given the wetlands boundaries, they need a new driveway, a new access point for the parking that they're going to need. Because even though I think this is LUG 1, even though it's undersized, it's not quite in the VR district. So we need 4 spots. And I think they should just have their own curb cut, and they agree.
Okay, so it's not about a pool or anything. It's about a curb cut and a new drive.
Yeah, it's a curb cut, new driveway.
Okay. We'll keep with the same board. Comments on the curb cut and the new drive. Okay? Given what Brooke just told us about the circumstances.
I could go.
Thank you.
You know, it looks like you've got enough room to make sort of a curved driveway. And right now you're looking right from Nantucket Road right down to that house we just saw with the whatever, the second dwelling. I'm wondering if you could get away with moving it a little bit as you're coming off Nantucket to the right. So, and then, so you're not just looking right down this, and I see that it's white shell, so that's going to be very bright white. I was wondering if it couldn't curve actually the other way. You could still get that driveway parking on the left. And it just put a wag in the driveway so you're not looking like a straight shot right down, you know, give it a little natural, you know, like something you'd want to paint, like a picture.
So a little bit more shape on the lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Abby, thank you. Joe?
Yeah, I don't have an issue with it aesthetically. I guess if you could create a little bit of more of a buffer to the structure, that would be preferable. I think that might be what Abby is saying. I know you have to keep this as far away from the neighbor as possible in order to get this approved by planning, right?
Planning also, there are wetlands where we haven't, we're on our way through Concom. I don't think they really care about driveway as long as it's porous. There's also a septic system in front, and I don't think we really want to be driving over the leach field.
Right.
So.
And you've got to have a straight shot going to the first structure you see, because that serves as a garage.
A, and B, there is also the way the lot is shaped. I don't have a lot of places where I can enter, you know, on that frontage.
Right.
That would hide the driveway. And of course, there's the bike path.
Okay. Joe?
It's a little peculiar to me, and let me just make sure I'm reading this right. You have a cobble or Belgian block section from Nantucket Road, and then shell, and then the bike path, and then cobble again.
Yeah, I've already talked to the planning board about that. They want that, they want that paved,
The whole
basically.
thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
So it's there's an apron, then there's a bike path, and then it can be either a paved apron, and then either a paved apron or Belgian block or cobble, but whatever it is, it's not going to be shell.
That's the only thing that jumped out to me then. So if that's going to be a consistent material from Nantucket Road to the other side of the bike path, I have no issues.
Okay.
Okay. Very good. Let's see, Carrie?
Yeah, this is kind of odd. Can you just do pavement after the Belgian block on Nantucket Road? Just pavement crossing the bike path and not have two sections of Belgian block?
I don't see why not. I mean, we just have to contain the shells so that they don't go onto the bike path.
Yeah.
Actual pavement.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I feel like you should just keep it simple and go Belgian to pavement across the bike path and however deep you need to go with the pavement, and then go shell.
Fine by me.
Right.
That's just my-
Okay.
Thanks.
Carrie?
Yep, that's it.
Hang on. Holly?
I know this is probably already, and thank you, Mr. Chair. A moot point, because obviously Brooke knows he has to go through all the different regulatory boards, but I think it would be beneficial based on the fact that the zoning bylaw 139-20.1 is about driveways. And at the end of the day, you all are looking at obviously the material and location, but at the end of the day, he knows he has to comply with that section of the zoning bylaw.
Right. Well, we haven't heard from Diane yet. Hang on. Diane,
Yes,
your turn.
I had that question when I looked at it, to have it stop halfway up from Nantucket Road before the bike path, and then the bike path, and then which is regular paving, and then the cobble. So I think it's the cobble or the Belgian block on each side should go from Nantucket Road through to the bike path. I don't want to see those aprons paved with regular pavement, and then the the cobble enough to stop the shells from going out. And they should be the same size. If you made a drawing from the apron at the Nantucket Road, it should go continually across the bike path, but skip the middle. And the same thing with on the other side, the left-hand side. They don't seem to follow along. They should be, it should flow in there. And I don't mind seeing the houses as you go along Nantucket Road. It's just to have it more consistent, the apron's more consistent from the Nantucket Road to the other side of the bike path. That's what I would like to see.
Okay, Diane, Abby, what you had something?
Just a minute thing that the driveway goes right up to the corner of that house. It would be nice if it was a bit off to my first, I think it should be, the driveway should go to the other side of it. But I think coming right up to the corner of that house is a bit awkward, to have it come right up to that. Shall I make a motion to hold for revisions and more information
Sure,
about how
I'm just gonna insert that I am with Holly on the, do what A is the theme on that road, and B, what is approvable at the DPW. But go ahead, make a motion now.
Yeah, so motion to hold for more information on that and revisions.
Okay, on that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I think that's it for you for now. It's 7:30.
Nice try. Nice
It's
try.
It's 5:30.
Yeah.
Okay, so the boat basin. Oh, there
Good
you
evening.
are. Hi. All right, let's see where we are. Stephen? Stephen is back. Oh, Stephen's back, so that means you got the regular board on this one. Okay. Cool. Oh, right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Critical question.
Yes.
Val, AKA occasion dynamic. Do you have anything sweet in your little bag of tricks over there? I have, I'm losing steam quickly.
Oh, look at that. Yeah. Ooh. Wow. Okay, so here we are, full board at the 27 Commercial Wharf. Let's hit it.
29 Commercial Wharf.
Oh,
So-
yeah, I'm sorry.
Nope, you're fine.
Yeah.
So we're back before you, if you recall, a couple months back, we presented a move on, move off, for two separate properties. This was a move off, which was approved. And then the other submission was a move on onto this property, which was the Rollins Cottage. At which time we were asked to, go back and see if we could, find a home for this property. So we made a second attempt to identify prospects for people to take the cottage. We did find one person that did take a look at it and ultimately found that the building would not withstand, and I'm here with Paul, one of our architects who actually did a report on it as well, found that the building is in poor condition and would actually be at extreme risk once we do lift this particular cottage. And just as a note, the cottage does need to be lifted in order for us to finish the completion of the bulkhead work, which has been going on the wharf for a couple of years now. This is the final phase coming around the corner here to protect the wharfs. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Paul to maybe kind of highlight some of the scope associated with what he found within the structure and as well as identify some of the reports that we had from others too.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Paul Bollier, Vice President, Main Street Architects. As Dennis alluded to, we worked with the client here and a couple builders in town and in different ways that we could try to, move this structure. Given our analysis of the structure, even to brace this structure to try to lift it for the wall, I don't feel in good conscience that this thing can stay together. It's very tired. It's seen a lot of weathering as it is. There's pieces that are sitting on the ground that you can't even get to. You can see the bow and the ridge in the top. There's not a straight wall in the building. We could go on and on. It is not our intent just to completely demolish this thing. We are currently want to work with demo companies to try to salvage anything we can out of this property. We just don't believe that this property can be elevated and safely moved to another location.
To kind of expand, as you mentioned with the demo company, we have identified one of the particular gentlemen that was looking at taking the structure from us, which was Kim Galacki, did identify that there are pieces within this structure that he would be looking to salvage.
Okay. Thank you. Is that it?
Yep, here to answer any questions.
Okay, thanks. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as we were here last time, you all approved a move only. This is the Meridian Cottage from the late 1960s from the Sherburne Associates, which was owned by Walter Beinecke Jr. since 1963. This building was built part of the wharf cottages. And at one particular time, there were quite a few in existence. And then obviously, you know, the existing structure, yes, there may be some issues that may need to be worked out on it, but it's more appropriate to retain and even if possible rebuild versus having a structure that is out of its character features. With that, when this was on the agenda, I think a week or so ago, we received, and I forwarded to the commission, a letter from Nantucket Preservation Trust. And if I may, I'd like to read it into the record, even though you all have it. To the Nantucket Historic District Commissioners, I'm writing to ask you to deny the demolition of Meridian Cottage. Meridian Cottage on Commercial Wharf is a contributing structure and part of the history of the redevelopment of Nantucket's wharves throughout the mid-20th century. Throughout the mid-1960s, Walter Beinecke Jr. acquired extensive holdings on South Strait and Commercial Wharves. Following the tradition established by progenitor of the Nantucket artist colony, Florence Lang, who in the 1920s acquired properties on Commercial Wharf and operated them as artist studios, Beinecke Sherburne Associates retained small fishing shacks and storage buildings and adapted them to commercial use. Newer rental cottages, like Meridian, were built within this period and context. Beinecke's attempts to reconcile modern commercial uses with the historic character of the island brought Nantucket to national prominence of his resort destination. To demolish this 1.5-story historic structure and replace it with a taller, non-contributing structure will change the historic character and streetscape of this part of Commercial Wharf. The commission has already voted this would be appropriate as a move off only. While such a move would still alter the streetscape, it would promote salvage and adaptive reuse, two important elements of Nantucket's architectural history, and would be far preferable than demolition. Please deny the demolition of this historic structure. Again, I note that it's not appropriate to demolish this historic structure, as you've already voted for the move off. I would recommend move off only or fix in situ. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Holly, thank you. Thank you.
So our group really has nothing further to add to what we had said previously. Personally, I can confirm the amount of I witnessed from across the wharf how much weathering, how much storm damage this building took over many, many years. I mean, it flooded every winter, it seemed. So that's it. Thank you.
Can I just get a little clarity? You said you have read the board comments before. Your board's comments.
Yes, our previous comments were can't remember what we had recommended, but some of us on our board, Mary Bergman, for instance, is on our group.
Yeah.
And she was not in favor of the demolition. Others were okay with the demolition. So we didn't have a
sort of split board.
What kind of a split board? Yep.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, Mickey. All right. Board members. Thanks.
I'd like to ask a question.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Diane.
But somebody wanted to go before. I don't know. Excuse me, my voice is not good. I don't know how important it is to have every building in a historic area, historic harbor, and everything else to be perfect. Buildings who exist there for some length of time are not perfect, and they don't have to be perfect. At least to me, I think the less perfect, but one who has stood is better than one who looks like it was plunked there as a and being no showing of age. This has a slight dip in the ridge, but it's not falling down. And I think it's important to keep what we got. If it is not perfect, who cares? It's what has existed. And that's what we should have when we are trying to be historic and keep our older buildings. They shouldn't. Who says they have to be absolutely perfect? So I would rather see it held and fixed than taken off because it's been there long and has been hit by the storms. Because that's what happens to it when it's on the dock. That's that's what I really wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, Diane, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
And,
we have a hand raised.
oh, we have a hand raised.
What about me?
No, we'll get to you. I should have done the hand. Jesse Bell.
Hello, thank you for taking my comment.
Sure.
So it's my understanding that this structure was built in the late 1960s, and honestly, this entire arrangement was. Can you hear me? Also, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So this entire arrangement, we, the land bank, were initially put the Roland building, just to give some context to the overall discussion, put the Roland building out to the affordable housing entities. And it was through lots of diligence in offering that building out to the affordable housing entities as well as the general public, we realized that it could not be moved, the building, the Roland building, anywhere in the immediate vicinity or anywhere outside the immediate vicinity. And that prompted me to reach out to NIR to see if they had any use for the building, knowing that the sort of Harbor Place was someday going to get redeveloped and that they had a lot of real property interests in the area. And they thought about it. I kind of pestered them a lot. And they finally said, you know what, I think we might have a use for it. And so now it's moving, or it's being proposed to be moved to the other side of Petrel Landing, which is where the Meridian House sits. And, you know, the Roland House was built in 2010. This Meridian House was built in the late 60s. My understanding of HDC, and again, I'm not an expert at all, but you know, late 60s, I'm not sure how high of historic significance that is. And, you know, you have a perfectly good building here built in 2010 that is, you know, could just be moved literally 20 feet away. So I don't know how you can say that it's not appropriate for that area, given that it's literally moving to the other side of Petrel Landing or being proposed to be moved. And I know we're talking about the Meridian Cottage and that's significance, and it's more focused on that. But I just want the commission to understand the full picture and what's being decided right now, and also understand sort of the broader goals of, you know, opening up the harbor to the public and the overarching, you know, I guess, public purposes that we're trying to achieve beyond, you know, so sorry, I'm not being very articulate, but I'm just saying, I want the Historic District Commission to understand what's really on the table here. And, yeah, so I guess I'll just end with that.
Okay, Jesse, thank you. I think you expressed yourself well. Thank you, Jesse. Yes,
Mr. Chair, can
I
I
haven't
just,
forgotten about you, Val. Go.
sorry, Val. Can I just respond to the report? I'm a licensed architect. I'm a licensed builder. I'm a licensed machine operator. This report is not just a simple building that looks tired or looks like it has some issues. This place should borderline be condemned. If you look at my report, there's main beam structures that are completely rotted. There's main floor supports that don't work for what today's codes are, that aren't even attached. Everything was toe-nailed. There's enough shells under that thing we could probably do Brooks' driveway that he wanted to do before. The reality of this is that building cannot withstand what everybody thinks it can withstand. We have to raise it up to move to do this bulkhead. I, in good conscience, don't think that this building can be held together to do that. So best intent is to try to salvage everything we can. That is coming from a professional who has crawled under this thing and looked at every aspect of it.
Okay, thank you. Val, guess what? It's your turn.
Oh, thank God.
Hmm.
Um, I will just say, when this first came in and it was gonna be a rehab or something, there was, I can't remember the exact date, but there was some information on Mr. Barnaky. Imagine coming in and taking down buildings from what, the 1800s to put these 1960s buildings in there. And that was not considered an outrage. This
Yeah.
building, in my mind, is the building right past it is about the same height. And it is in context. It's right down the way. So I don't find the significance of this building so much that it can't be taken down and replaced with the other building, which is its direct neighbor. Yeah, it's not like we're ripping down a turn of the century building to put it there, but I'm fine with this.
Okay, yeah, gotcha. Abby, you ready?
Yeah, no, I love houses like this that are falling apart and sort of limping around, but I was wondering, do we have some drawing of what is taking its place?
That was in the, I don't know if did we put it in this one? Because it was part of it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's in this submission or not, but that was actually already approved. And that was the move on of the Rollins house, which is directly
Mickey's old
next door.
office.
Yeah, I don't have it in my brain though.
All right, well,
The
it's
focus of
that
this-
building.
Sorry,
Yeah,
focus of this, Abby, was that specific cottage, that's all.
Oh, okay. So no, I would, in order for me to say, to give it the blessing, I would like to see what's taking its place.
I'm gonna try to find it, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, because we did streetscapes and everything for you folks, showing that house moved over, how it related to the rest of the wharf.
Do you want me to come back to you
Sure.
so that you can take a look
Absolutely.
at
Yes.
the old
Thank you.
house? Stephen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. So if we're gonna only use age to determine historic, I am pretty near historic because I was born 6 years after the structure was built. So I don't feel historic.
I was born 1 year before that building.
This
Gotcha.
concept,
I won't comment.
this concept of a contributing structure being determined solely by its age is incorrect. And this is a structure that I don't see anything demonstrating that it meets the three-legged criteria to be considered contributing. So I am concerned that as we go further on, we're going to be having these discussions and rhetoric gets ratcheted up around these homes that are 1960s, 1970s, up to 1975, without a basis for considering them to actually be contributing, other they're in the survey that refers to the update of the National Historic Landmark, including the structures dating before 1975. I don't think that that's an accurate basis for those, for how we proceed. So I just want to put that out there. Secondly, I agree with Val. This is not a turn of the century structure. It is, of course, not a mid-century structure that has an established historic value. So I think that given, in addition, the condition of the structure, which has been attested to, I'd feel more comfortable if your seal was on that letter, just as a matter of documentation for the commission, as opposed to a signature, but that's just because that's how I roll. But other than that, I think that this is, regrettable, but it is where we are, and the condition of the structure warrants that it be removed, noting it is going to be replaced with a beautiful structure that was right across pretty much the street. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Stephen. I was almost going to have you elaborate on the three prongs of the stool, but in the interest of time, we'll let that go for another day. Listen, I nobody can dispute, well, wrong photo, but the one of the building taken from the water sitting on top of the wharf, which is clearly in disrepair. It's all charming. It's charming. Sagging roofs, charming. You know, windows with a few broken panes are charming. But there's practical considerations here. Obviously the bulkhead needs to be repaired. If it isn't, it's going to continue to decline. This building needs to be lifted up at a minimum. And I honestly feel like the proposal that was made a while ago by you folks, this idea of taking the rolling house and placing it in its place, was head and shoulders above not making that gesture and either leaving the lot blank or putting up a 2-story prefab or something like that. So I feel like as long as the understanding is that this is the sequence of events and that if this gets approved for demo, that we will see that other building go in its place. I think for me, that's, sort of represents kind of the progression of the Nantucket built landscape. Okay. So that's my view. Now, Abby, have you had a chance to look at the Oh, I'm sorry, Holly, I didn't.
I would be remiss, thank you, Mr. Chair, if I didn't speak.
Yeah.
As your professional preservation planner, with the credentials under the Secretary of Interior standards, I'm telling you, not based on just date alone, but the contributing characteristics that Walter Beinecke gave to our historic district. If it wasn't for the contributions that he provided, that was the whole basis of our NHL update. He was awarded through the Nantucket Historical Trust that he founded some of the town's most important preservation projects, which included not only all sorts of functionalities of the Jared Coffin House in 61, incorporating the Conservation Foundation with Mr. Larson in 63, supporting the Historic American Building Survey of Nantucket starting in 65. I just wanted to.
Point of order, please. This is not relevant to this particular structure. And with all
I
due
was
respect to
actually going to
Holly,
ask that question, whether this is about this building.
Walter Beinecke's great accomplishments, which no one questions, are not related to this particular structure. Other than Walter Beinecke was involved in putting the structure up. The historic structures that were removed, where this structure is also part of Walter Beinecke's legacy. We're not using that information to defend removal of the structure. What's relevant is it itself, does it have the historic characteristics to warrant its retention? Number one. And number two, what condition is it in? And can it be rehabilitated?
Right. Okay. Thank you. Abby.
That's you too.
I don't know. She might be, but go ahead.
Well, if I could really say what I think, I would love to see this renovated, but if that were happen, of course, it would have to be brought up to the new level, because the sea level rise, that means it would be 4 feet in the air.
But we would raise it to protect the building, to protect our investments.
Right, because so if and it wouldn't get, it's not historic enough, I don't think, to get a pass. 1969 or whatever. What's the date? What's the exact date of it?
It's mid-60s, I believe 63.
So I don't think that gets a historic pass, does it?
The year of the construction is not the only leg of the stool.
Well, I'm just in my process of thinking, it's something that I'm taking into consideration to make.
Yeah, no, I mean, you asked about age, so I'm just saying it is a consideration, but it's not.
So in my heart of hearts, I'd like to see it renovate, but I don't know if that is possible. So,
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
that's
hi.
where I am. So I'm on the fence. That's all I got
Okay.
for now.
Abby, thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
So I don't disagree with Abby. I would prefer to see all these structures renovated, but what we have is a registered licensed architect who's telling us under signature that this is not a structure that it makes any sense to do that work for. And then we get into the discussion, if you start to take apart a structure from the inside out and you replace 95% of it, well, then what are you really saving? Because when the new shingles go on, you don't have the historic structure anymore either. So I'm not thrilled with this. I'm not even comfortable with it, but it is a decision we have to make based upon the evidence in front of us that we accept at face value. So that's where I am on it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Well, just one more thing that. Information, sorry, thank
That's
you.
Abby.
Sorry, our information is coming from our applicants and I respect you, but I also have my historic staff person also saying what she thinks. So I have to think about both of those things.
I respect that.
Yeah. So yeah,
I would just like to add, Abby, if you don't mind, we did work with multiple contractors. There was other professionals involved, not just myself, and I'm looking at it from a contractor and an architect standpoint. The floor, the walls, this building is in very, very tough shape. It cannot just be rehabbed.
no, I see that. But I'm done.
I was gonna add as another note, I think you all know the ownership behind this property. We do make every effort to maintain and preserve Nantucket best interest in mind at all times. Unfortunately, we find this structure not able to withstand preserving it.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anything else to be said?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Can any of it be reused? Yeah, like
Well,
materials
You
and
had said that,
Yeah.
materials.
We're
and-
working with 2 demo contractors to itemize and materialize as much as we possibly could take out of it.
Okay,
Cabinets, windows, anything that is useful that we can take.
yeah. Okay.
Okay.
And then my only other thought is, could it be a houseboat?
it's about to become one.
If it ain't gonna stand on land, it ain't
Yeah.
gonna float in water.
Yeah, it'll be a houseboat. Okay, so, I think if somebody's ready to make a motion, I'd, accept one.
I'll try.
Okay.
Motion to approve as submitted, understanding that as much of the materials can be reused by somebody. An effort will be made to do that.
Can I append another condition to that?
Yes,
That the follow through is what you've expressed was your intention, which is the movement of the Roland House onto this property.
I can attest that we're gonna
Well, I mean, I just wanted that to be explicit as part of the motion.
100%.
well, we already approved that, right?
Well, we did, but I want it to be explicit
Okay,
as part of
okay.
this motion, so that
Okay.
if the Roland House does not go back here for whatever reason, you don't really have an approval anymore. Can that be part of your motion?
Yes, so let me just say it over to be clear.
Okay.
Motion to approve with the understanding as much salvage that can be reused is, and every effort will be made to do so, and that it is based on the previous approval of the other building, the Roland building, moving over to this spot.
Okay. All right. On that motion, Abby,
So I'm on the fence, but I'm gonna say no, because as much as I do love Mickey's building, I think we're losing.
How about
this
just a
broke-
no?
No,
or a
no, I just want
yes?
to say
We're
that this
voting.
Brokeback is a historic profile, and I'm going to miss that. So
okay,
thank you.
so you're a no. Diane,
No, no,
okay. Stephen,
I'm a yes without sermonizing.
uh,
No, don't start that with me, Mr. Chair, please.
okay,
It's a two-way street,
I know it is.
so don't just come at me.
All right. Val, on your motion.
I'm an I
And I'm an
on
aye.
my
Motion
motion.
carries 3 in favor, 2 opposed. Okay, thank you
Thank you.
all. Let's see now. 8 o'clock. Greg Nichols. He's a builder. Greg, are you out there? Greg, if you are out there,
Hello.
I think you're probably muted.
Hold on.
Hello? Greg?
Yes, hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, barely.
Oh, okay, bad sconset connection here. If you can hear me, this is just a small, a tiny bump out to the back of 15 Brunel Street. It would fit under an existing porch roof. So instead of a porch, a covered porch, you just have a shed roofed addition. There's no visibility from Brunel Street, and there's pretty much no visibility from Sunset Ridge Lane as well.
Okay. Got it, Greg. Pretty straightforward. Let's see, Holly. No concerns. Okay.
I'll go, Mr. Chair.
All right, go ahead.
I believe this should have been on consent.
Okay. You want to make a motion?
If no one has concerns, I'll make a motion.
I
to
don't.
Approve.
Okay, so regular board, Stephen's motion is to approve as submitted. On that motion, Val,
I
Abby, Diane,
aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, Greg, that's it.
Great. Thank you, guys. Okay.
All right, see you later. Okay, how
See ya.
about Lindsay? Is Lindsay around?
Yes.
Okay, so we're 146 Surfside.
Hi there.
You want to get in on this and sign it?
This is just coming back, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Lindsay, 146 Surfside Pool and Hardscape. Why don't you tell us what's up?
Sure. Just pool tucked kind of tight to the house. We put it as far away from Surfside, took it off of Surfside. Fire pit, race spa. I think visibility is going to be very difficult. The actual driveway from this house is you actually have to go by Wee Weeder. It's one of those weird lots that doesn't access. It's got a Surfside address, but doesn't actually access off a Surfside road. Yeah, it's not a big pool, kind of tucked in there. Actually kind of thought it was going to be on consent, but there's a lot of vegetation. It looks tight to the property line, but there's tons of vegetation along that one property line with a neighbor. And there is an existing fire pit there, which we're actually going to be removing.
Is that noted? I
Or no,
see
wait,
a
sorry,
fire
so
pit
sorry, it's
here,
an,
but
there's a above ground spa that's gonna be leaving.
what?
They have an existing above ground spa already, which is
Yeah,
gonna
but
be,
there's a 5x5, what appears to be a fire pit. You're saying you're getting rid of that?
yeah, yeah, we're getting rid of everything except for what we've got on our proposal. That's bubbled in. So the other two
Okay,
structures,
but what I'm looking at anyway has a fire pit.
right, we're proposing a new fire pit. We're gonna remove the old.
Oh, okay, got it. All right. All right, Lindsay, thank you. Regular board comments.
I'll go.
Thanks.
I, I think based on visibility, this is an appropriate application, but I really am not comfortable with the patio and the pool accreting into the setback. I know that's allowed, but I think it would be better if it went closer to the house and didn't do that. That's my comment.
Okay, thank you. Abby, you ready?
I'm still going on the last application. Yeah, I agree with Val on that. And also, from Surfside Road, there's vegetation now, and I know we have our caveat, but, this is right on Surfside Road. And, I really don't think it's an appropriate spot for a pool. So, thank you.
Okay. Stephen?
Yeah, I'll go. Could you, Abby had suggested this is right on Surfside Road. I'd just like to get some clarification through you, Mr. Chair. How far back from the street is this?
About 150 feet. No, 120 feet.
Lindsay?
Yeah, I think that's accurate.
Okay, so
At least 120, probably, yeah. 150, 120.
okay, no, I just was curious. My concern is like Val's, this, I mean, the way this is drawn, the pool wall is actually in the setback.
It is.
So that's not zoning approvable.
Correct.
So I think this needs to be
Would
modified.
you say like 2 feet? Move it in 2 feet closer to the house?
Well, I think at least 2 feet. I just personally don't think it's appropriate to be putting these things over or right against the setback.
Well, that the gunite was going to be is meant the structure of the pool is outside of the setback.
Yeah, the way it's drawn and with the coping splitting it, it looks like it encroaches. But be that as it may, that's a different issue for a different regulatory authority. I just think it's, look, it's not visible. It's just the concept of it is off-putting so close to the property line.
Thank you, Stephen. Diane?
I agree. I agree with it. It's over the line, right to the very end. And other people have to deal with setting back, move the whole thing over towards the other end at the Michael and what's her name, Maloney. But don't have it so much there, because whether it's 120 feet or 150 feet back from Surfside Road, it doesn't make much difference how far back it is. Most people can see 120 feet, so they would see that it's overhanging the end of that property. So it has to be moved, I would think. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. I think that leaves me. I feel like the rest of the board, I want the coping, which needs to be outside of the setback. Right now, it's not, according to this drawing, but to take it a step further and as a separate standalone item, I think that I don't want the corner of the patio to be 2 feet away from the lot line. So I'd like to see it all pushed further, what's my cardinal point here? Where's my card? Surfside south. So have it all move further north.
Doesn't seem very neighborly
Can I
to
make
the
a suggestion?
guy
Mr.
next
Chair?
door.
It doesn't seem neighborly, if correct, Val. Yes, Stephen, please.
I think, it'd be appropriate and consistent with our past approvals that would have a vegetative buffer of a minimum of 5 feet from the property,
Perfect.
running at least the length of the pool in the cardinal direction of which.
Well, since Surfside Road goes to the south, I'm thinking that's on the southern border, I
Right.
think, unless there's a jog.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't sure. So along parallel to the length of the pool
Correct.
would be kind of along in the lines of a motion. Would we do an exhibit A perhaps showing a vegetative buffer of
Yes.
5 feet along the length and moving the pool and the patio in accordingly?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And if the pool gets smaller, so be it.
Mm-hmm.
That's my motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so Stephen has moved to approve this with the conditions in Exhibit A, which would have more of a vegetated buffer on the side. We'll call it the south side along the length of the pool. On Stephen's motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby, okay, Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
I'm a simple yes.
and I'm in favor. So the motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, so 1 Sparks, thank you. 1 Sparks Avenue. Do we have somebody to rep this?
Yeah, Eamon Banks with for 1 Sparks Avenue.
All right.
And also our architect David Radar, I think he's going to raise his hand here to get in. How are you all tonight?
Good. How you doing? 1 Sparks Cooler.
Hi, this is David Rader. Can you guys hear me?
Yep. Which are we reviewing first, the cooler or the alterations?
Well, it's not
Alterations.
as submitted. No, there was all that Stephen just said. He can write it. Sorry.
Okay, who wants to speak?
Did you do an exhibit A?
No, it said motion to approve is submitted and I said, you need to write your.
I would did it as an exhibit A.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to do exhibit A's because it's
Okay.
easier to.
It's much
Is that
easier.
okay?
Oh.
Yes.
Right. Okay, who's doing the talking for you folks?
I'll let David take it away. He's the architect on the project.
Okay,
Okay, so I think first things up is the alterations in windows. And if you look at our application, we show the kind of existing areas and the proposed drawings as well. So the alterations, we're adding a stair to the 2nd floor that's going to be visible from Sparks Avenue. And then we're changing some of the windows around where that stair is going. And then also changing some windows along the Orange Street facade. We made some changes to the interior and wanted to update the windows based on kind of the configuration of the new kitchen and order windows and things like that. So this used to be the old Lola Burger. And they used to have a kind of a bar and a dining room inside. And we've changed the configuration to be a much larger kitchen to keep a lot of the dining on the outside of the building. So there's a covered patio to the, I believe that's to the, I want to say the west side, I think.
That would be, yeah, the west side to Orange Street.
Or the north side, sorry. That's the side that has the patio on it. So in the existing drawings, we're showing along Sparks Avenue, we're removing a door and a window to add that stair. And then adding a new door up at the second floor. And then along the front, removing one door and I think it's 3 double hung windows to add 2 sliding order windows at that service area / in between that and the covered porch. So also on the north is shown on this elevation that you're looking at now, we're adding a new HVAC unit to a back patio. That's that we can discuss when we talk about the walk-in cooler.
Yeah, that's different. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's the sliding windows that we're doing as the order windows. And then that's the stair that we're adding. So we're keeping the windows on either end, eliminating one of the doors and removing a window to add that stair and add a door at the second floor.
Everybody more or less get what's happening here?
No.
No?
May I ask, just to get the idea, this is the Rotary?
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
this is where Lola Burger
Yeah,
apparently was.
I didn't know it had a second story.
Well,
if I could-
not
if I could-
much of one.
Right, if I could address that, currently, with the configuration that's inside, there's a drop down like attic door that comes down, which for one is, so that's all dry storage upstairs, which we would need to, have, use of and get to safely as we're operating, the restaurant, which we think is going to be a great addition to the island for, when in the wintertime and when it's crowded. In the summers, to feed as many people as we can. The upstairs is solely dry storage. But right now, in order to get up there, you have to come through this very awkward, I mean, no other word for it, but an attic drop down ladder that comes down in the middle of the building. This would be a workaround to that so that we could get our employees up there safely. We would do all the approved doors and windows to do that. It's a simple staircase. I don't think it would be obtrusive at all. And stick.
Hey, could we let's tighten up the conversation a little bit. So you just want an exterior stair to be able to access the attic space, basically.
That's correct.
Yes.
Thank you. Diane, did that answer your question?
Yeah, I just hadn't noticed it before and it became quite prominent. I'll join in a little bit.
It's just an attic storage space. That's all it is, Diane.
Yeah.
Okay, so comments on the application.
Mr.
I
Chair.
just,
Holly, go ahead.
Thank you. So for the record, this is a circa 1977. It's the former Rotary restaurant when I was a kid. And the former Lola Burger, non-contributing structure. However, it's obviously a staple in the heart of Mid-Island. There is no window and door schedule in the application. I couldn't tell, so I don't understand what material is being proposed. The second floor exterior stairs facing Sparks is highly inappropriate. This would be better suited away from the public way and interior as much as possible, if at all possible. The proposed HVAC ductwork is also to be desired. The proposal needs a rethought from such a highly visible location in Mid-Island of our historic district. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Okay, board.
Holly, can I comment quickly? There is a door schedule and window schedule. It's shown on this drawing that's actually shown here. It's called out the door sizes, the manufacturer, color, all that stuff, as well as the hardware.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Board members.
I'll go.
Thanks, Stephen.
I'm not as concerned about the stair. I mean, this building always, it's a restaurant, but it always strikes me as like a utility building. That being said, the HVAC system, I mean, the extent of this thing is, it's so obtrusive, it's not even.
Hmm.
I really don't know what to say, other than that.
We're not
Excuse
at
me,
the
we're not
HVAC
gonna go,
yet,
excuse me,
right?
we're not gonna go back and forth. The commissioners have the floor. Thank you.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, Stephen, you've spoken your piece, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Val.
I basically was gonna say the same thing and, you know, maybe the stair can be closed in a little bit better so that, it doesn't look like it's just hanging off the building, you know, like if it was shingled in.
Mhm.
And there could be maybe some trash storage under there or something, you know, something other. But for me, the main concern has been articulated, and that is the HVAC unit and ductwork, not what's on the ground, what's in the sky and on the roof.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Abby, you ready?
Yes, thank you. I too think the stair going up to that attic space is okay, but I would enclose it with trellis or with doors that open for another kind of storage or something, so we don't have these long posts. And just, I don't know what to do about the HVAC. I realize you sure need them, but it's going to be pretty visible, so. You know, we just had this down on Straight Wharf where they sort of covered it in some wood, you know, like paneling. So I wonder if that isn't an option to reduce the visibility of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane. Diane?
Wait a minute, I'm right here. I
Okay.
don't know. I think the stairs going up to that door in a place on the Rotary that it's always been a little building going up with the seating and then the parking lot on the other side and the building that used to have their ice cream in it. I don't know. I understand the exhaust fans, but that door hanging out where it is, I think is inappropriate. So that's what I'm stuck with for the moment.
Okay, Diane, thank you. So my comments are, don't mind the exterior stair, but I'm wondering why the pitch is so shallow, it could almost be a ramp. You know, it's almost like you have 15-inch treads and 4-inch risers, like going up to the Lincoln Memorial or something. So if you just made that more normal, maybe you were trying to follow the pitch of the roof, maybe, you know, I don't know, but it's like one of the most gradual staircases I've ever seen. And I would, somebody else mentioned down on Straight Wharf, this comes up all the time with all those restaurants. They all have these big hoods and they've managed collectively to do a really good job of concealing them. So you might want to take some cues from what's going on down there. Those are my comments. Should we move this one?
Well, just to be clear,
Yeah.
sorry, Mr. Chair, it's not the exhaust fan pipe sticking up.
It's the
HVAC. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, something needs to be
Yeah.
done.
If I may, just real quickly,
Yeah.
downtown, you know, what was the one we just looked at?
Yes, it's Straight Wharf, used to be Stars.
Yeah, I don't remember what the address was, but I mean, all of that is located on the roof behind a slat enclosure and not transitioning from the ground to the first floor through the roof. It was just, it's too complicated. It's unnecessary.
Yeah, so there's a lot of examples of how to deal with this around. Could I have a motion to hold for revisions?
So moved.
All right, Stevens made a motion to hold for revisions. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen, and I'm in favor. Okay, now this walk-in cooler.
I think this is our last one for the night.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, let's make this the last one.
Who do we have here? No,
Oh,
okay.
didn't see you back there.
Okay, walk-in cooler.
So the walk-in cooler is going to be placed. We're doing an 8 foot by 10 foot walk-in cooler that's actually already enclosed. It's behind the existing shed that's there. And so the shed is blocking it from street view. There's a fence separating the property line from the adjacent property line that blocks it on that side, and a fence that aligns with the back side of the shed that blocks it on that side. And we're proposing to add a fence along the front edge. I believe we submitted some updated drawings. It's not showing on the one that you guys have on the screen. Here it is. Yes. And we're submitting to mimic the same style of fence, which is a vertical board with posts fence to kind of conceal up to the door of the walk-in cooler.
Okay, thank you. Holly, anything on this?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. The proposed location is appropriate behind the existing shed. The site plan wasn't as clear, meeting the setbacks, even though that's not HTC's purview, but it should be addressed. That was my comments. Thank you.
Exactly what I.
Yeah, actually. So-
Yeah, the
Oh,
setbacks
is-
are 0 here.
0 on the side?
That's always such an excellent move,
On the
isn't
side.
it, to have a 0
That,
setback?
that particular zone.
That's so weird.
I think it's also.
All right. Okay, so no setback issue, but any comments beyond that?
Yeah, I'll go.
Yeah, thanks.
I think that this is approvable as submitted.
Okay, good. How does everybody else feel about
I
it?
concur.
All right,
I'll go with it.
all right. Looks like you got an approval unless somebody has disagrees. Can somebody move this?
Move to approve as submitted.
Stephen has moved to approve this application as submitted. On that application, on that motion, Val,
I.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. There you go. You get 1 out of 2. That's
Great,
pretty
thanks.
good.
Could I just ask a question for clarification on the former application, just very quickly? So
What?
you would like us to move the HVAC equipment to the roof and have it screened in, such as the places downtown that I've been seeing for
That's
years?
just a suggestion
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd like to see it.
to mitigate what you
Yeah.
have.
Yeah.
Wonderful. All right, great. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Bye.
How about John McLaughlin?
Yeah,
Motion
that
to
would be
adjourn.
So move.
Oh, motion to
I know
approve
not
the
to touch your pen.
motion. What are the minutes of, motion to
My
approve the
God,
minutes of
my
October
hand
10th,
still hurts.
17th.
Okay, so Stephen has moved to approve the minutes of October
10th and 17th.
10th and 17th. On that motion, Val,
I.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen.
Abstain.
Oh, Stephen abstains and I'm in favor. So that's 4 in favor, 1 abstention. And John, did you just motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All right. On that motion, Val, Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Aye.